Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with part 2 of Lament of the Golden King. We are running Daggerheart, allegedly, and this takes place in a homebrewed setting of mine known as Dowrenland, which is very heavily based on the worlds of Oz and Wonderland and other fairy tales with kind of a dark wash put over the entire thing. We have already played through one session. This is going to be a two-parter. So tonight we are going to be playing the finale of this game. Session 1 was a lot of fun. We're learning the system. I'm liking the system a lot. I think it fits the setting really well. So I'm excited to tell the rest of this story, but also get to know the system a little bit better. But before we do that, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then even though this is a fairy tale based game, don't linger here. Don't watch any of this, because you're going to end up upset, and I'm not responsible for it. You can email Jake with all of your complaints.
It's at erasmusexpeditions@gmail.com.
Which doesn't exist. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, plug anything that they would like to, tell you where you may or may not be able to find them on the internet, and then I think we're going to get started. So we're going to start with Paul. We will start with Paul momentarily.
Sorry, I was in another Zoom window and I couldn't unmute.
Caught you with your pants
everyone.
down.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul. I'm known as the Raven Rolls online, though I haven't streamed in a good 2-3 years. But I am working on finishing the Mage Hack with, wow, my brain is... Jeremy, can you help?
Sure, absolutely.
My partner's name. What's
DJ.
DJ, yes. Wow. I think Griffin's next. And Jeremy is also helping us to get it finished. And it's been a fun game. It started off as a hack of like Mecha Hack, which is a hack of the Black Hack, and also Aether Nexus, but it's turned into its own thing completely. So I can't wait to have maybe one more good playtest or final copy soon, and we can get that out there to everyone. Aside from that, I'm not really doing much on anything else right now except playing in games once in a while, which I hope to change soon. I got a nice computer set up now, so hoping to maybe stream again soon.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I was seeing the picture the other day of your setup. Looks great. Or at least the space where it was going. Looks like you got ample space to spread out.
Oh yeah, that's... I got a lot of work to do on getting the surrounding area office done.
Well, I'm glad to have you in the game, as always, Paul, and very excited always, to work on the Mecha Hack. I'm ready to crack my knuckles and get back to that. I'm excited for where that is, and I already have game ideas for it. I've been saving artwork and stuff in folders, so found a villain picture the other day that I'm very, very excited about. So, anyways, speaking of villains, next up is Jake.
Listen, I've been called much worse.
That's fair.
I'm excited to be here. Excited to continue playing in Dowrenland and playing Daggerheart with all these fine people. Paul, it's been a minute since we played together, so glad to get to share a table with you once again. I stream over on Mini Terrain Domain over on Twitch, and then VODs go up on YouTube. We run a lot of Pathfinder on Mondays, every other Tuesday, D&D 5e. Every Thursday is Kids on Bikes, and then in about little over a month, we should be returning to Nerdarchy with our last Friday of the month games that we've been doing. I've been playing on Nerdarchy for, I want to say 8 years now. And I'm taking the helm this time, and I'm going to be running them through Teens in Space. So I've been soft launching that through our through our game with kids on bikes. But glad to be here once again, Jeremy. It's always fun to sit at your table.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that, man. Always lovely to have you here on the channel. And yeah, man, lots of good stuff over on your channel on Twitch. You can come see me on Thursdays over there. I play a stoner. It's a stretch, but we manage it, you know. All right. Speaking of stretch, next up is Chad. I have no idea what that means.
Hey, you know what? I'm long-winded and I can chew up a scene, so that works. Okay. Anywho, hi guys. My name is Chad. If you've seen this channel at all, you've probably seen my face. You also can see me over on Mini Terrain Domain, as they mentioned. Every Thursday I play a little guy named Oak over there, and I'm really excited for where this is going. As far as what tonight is going to bring us, I play a Golem Paladin. So yeah, I'm really, honestly, I didn't know what to expect from Daggerheart, let alone like this is the first time I think I've been playing in your setting for Dowrenland, Jeremy. I think it might not be
really.
This is the first time I remember playing in it.
Fair.
You know what I mean? Like it's been a minute. Genuinely loving this loving this cast of characters, loving what you've been doing, taking us through this. But now I'm invested. I want to play in this more. I want to play in this world more and explore it. And I think Daggerheart is actually a really, really good setting to do it in. So I appreciate you bringing these mechanics to your setting and like working it because it's so good. It's so nice. Anywho, that's me. Oh, you can also catch me here once a month, every Tuesday, or on Tuesdays for Thunder Ridge, the Caldera Western, which I'm very excited to get back into that as well.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
I think it's been a month or two since we got to play that, so
all
of my
I'm very
games have
excited
been
to
kinda
ride
like
again
on ice.
Yeah.
And that
otherwise, otherwise, yeah, that's me. But
it is you, Chad.
It is me.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Almost all of my campaigns that I'm running are kind of in their third act, moving towards conclusion, which is always a really exciting time for a story. So, all right. Speaking of exciting time for a story, next up is Steve.
Huh? Not exciting time. All of my effort,
it was better than in his third act.
much more likely.
God damn, don't.
All of my energy currently goes to stalling the third act of Banners so that it does not end even after 8.5 years or whatever it's been. So yeah, so I'm Steve. The only place you'll find me really is in the Banners game here on this channel when we manage to get everyone's busy lives together because I don't know, people decided to move and have babies and get sick and all this other stuff, and those babies are about to graduate high school or something. It's been a while.
The curse of having a long running game.
Yeah, but it's been good seeing everyone's lives change. But yeah, super excited to get back to this. Dowrenland is one of my favorite settings that you have, Jeremy. And looking forward to playing with all these fine people tonight. I haven't played with Paul in a long time either. So looking forward to that and see if I can keep making Jake do spit takes tonight. See how it goes.
8-Ball says, "Oh, looks good."
I totally forgot about that. Steve's low bar humor had me rolling last week.
Oh man, I'm here for it. Yeah, man, Steve, always a pleasure to get the chance to play with you, man. It doesn't happen enough, even though we've played together for 8 years. All right. Speaking of not getting to play with enough, last but certainly not least, Craig.
Howdy. I am Craig. Uh, I've played a couple games on here, and I've been fortunate enough to have some future stuff coming up on this channel. So excited about that. Also, thank you to Jake over at MTD for allowing me input and to pull some of the levers behind the curtain on KOB. So fun. So I am playing Clackerson. He's a rogue. He's still trying to figure out what's going on here, but I'm excited to play. I do also, like Chad said, I really like this system, so I'm excited to continue.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, man, we've got Falconia coming up this Sunday. Yeah. And I think, in theory at least, it's supposed to be the finale of that one, which is really, really exciting. Big stuff going on there. Okay, so I think that's everything that we need to go over. I do start with 5 fear, so I'm going to go ahead and clock that. Yes, Paul?
I forgot to introduce my character.
Oh, wait, what? You're real quiet again.
I forgot to introduce my character.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, basically, I wasn't in last session, but we'll say Aurelius 7 is also a golem. He used to be like a pathfinder, cartographer before he shut down, wound down actually, and nature overtook his body until he was reawakened, and now he is a druid. He was probably following the party along. Maybe he was winding down and not being able to do anything, and now someone wound him up a little more, and now he's active again.
Hell yeah. We got 2 golems now, so you better watch out. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, man, we'll miss Jason this session. We missed you last session. A little bit of a switcheroo, but we've got it worked out. And we're gonna rock it down to Electric Avenue. I don't know what's going on anymore. Tyler Durden, take the wheel. Okay. As somebody revs their engine past my house. Perfect timing. Okay. I think now, then, without further ado, we can get started. Here we go. The trouble with avarice is that by its very nature there lives an unslakable thirst at its core. It is a desire that will never be satisfied, a disease for which there is no cure. The need for more will push a person to the limits of what they deem acceptable behavior, and then will push them further still. Moral compromise becomes a currency weighed against wealth gained, and the more you compromise, the less balanced the scales are with each measure. Therefore, practice caution when faced with that glimmering promise of potential prosperity, lest you forget the price that gives something value in the first place. We rejoin the 5 of you in this land that very obviously was not made for you. It was made for beings 8 times your size. Everything around you is enormous and out of scale. And, to make it stranger still, almost every surface that you see is shimmering gold. Mundane objects, fruits, vegetables, roasted meats on the table that you've just run through. But you have just bested an individual who had taken refuge here, or take an opportunity here to claim this land as his own. An egg man named Humphrey Dunphy, who may or may not have been rotten through and through. He demanded tribute. He thought surely that you had come all of this way to pay him homage. You had other plans. He summoned his cutlery courtiers, the 6-foot-tall pieces of gold silverware that came marching in, and they attempted to apprehend you, and that did not end well. You bested the Eggman, and now the cutlery seems to have responded to Thaddeus, if I believe I remember correctly. They have kind of snapped to attention and seemed to have followed his orders of standing by. So just on the tail end of that, you have found yourselves on the far end of the feasting table, from where the goose had placed the basket with the golden eggs. What is the immediate mood and conversation like between the five of you on the tail end of having dispatched Humphrey Dunphy?
I think at the moment, completely oblivious to the absurdity, the how would I put this politely? Mind-worming imagery that you provided. Thaddeus is infatuated with having this cutlery dancing about, so he is very much just over there. Yes, and now and a 1 and a 2 and a do-si-do. This is wonderful, wonderful.
Can they do the hokey pokey?
Yeah, no, of course not. They don't have hands.
Oh, that's right. But they can probably turn themselves around.
Anybody else?
Jeremy, remind me. So we've, at the end of this session, the cutlery has kind of like let us go. We're at the edge of this table. And okay. Just trying to remember the last scene. Were we in any sort of imminent danger at the end of the scene?
No, you had
okay.
defeated Humpty Dumpty, and like I said, the cutlery had stopped being aggressive at that point.
Okay.
The moment he was dead.
Okay.
And the goose had given up the chase some point, much further back.
Good. I think in this case, then, Sprocket, looking absolutely just battered and like broken a little bit. You can kind of see like little pockets of like steam coming off of his like gears. And okay, all right then. Well, I think now would be a good time, maybe, to, well, just you just see him just like butt in cup, because like he just takes a seat in like a, if there's like a broken cup or a upturned cup or whatever, he just sort of like sits down in it on the napkin and is just like, well, I wasn't expecting that, but well, now what do we do? I think he's sitting at a saucer and a cup that is close enough to the edge of the table that he can kind of look down and see like the imposing level of height that they are currently at.
You seem to have taken the brunt of the damage in that exchange. How is everybody else faring?
Well, I was going to ask the same thing.
Well, I'm pretty bruised up.
And I think you see in that moment, as you say that, like you as you say that, Click, you watch as well. It's been a minute, but let me see if I can. And you watch as he kind of comes over to you and he starts rubbing his hands together, and you see that like the surfaces of his hands begin to kind of glow, not in the sense of like heat and like cauterization, but like there's this warm emanating glow that sort of begins to come from his hands. Do you mind?
No, go ahead. What are you
right.
doing though? I mean, I trust you and everything, but I mean,
right. Well, no, that
if I'm gonna have something done, I kind of want to know.
It makes sense. It makes sense. So I have the ability to, well, to provide a little spark, no pun intended, to heal folks when necessary. Usually I don't need it. Oh dear. And you literally see like bits of oil dripping down his chest piece and like all that kind of stuff. But folks like you bruise a lot more easily than me.
I'm a peach.
And as you say that, he goes, right you are. And he like taps like the side of your head, right?
Ow.
And he'll basically do a lay on hands with mending touch, and it allows me to spend 2 hope to then clear some of your wounds. But if I focus, I can actually make that 2 points if we do it as a long rest, but I don't think we're going to have the ability to do long rest.
No, so yeah, you'd be able to probably take a short rest without really anything else transpiring that would be noteworthy. But yeah, if you were going to try to rest overnight, we would probably have to see what would happen.
Okay. Yeah, but I'll go ahead and I've got the hope banked, so I'll go ahead and spend two hope to take at least one of your wounds or one of your
I don't know if
either
the hope.
It says clear a hit point or stress on them. It says you can spend 2
I'm
hope.
wondering if hope does carry over, because I know fear doesn't.
That's what I was just about to ask.
But I don't know if the hope does for the players.
Do we start with 2 each time?
Don't. No.
Because I think we started with 2 initially.
No, hope does not automatically reset to a baseline between game sessions.
Perfect. Thank you, Jay.
Your accumulated hope remains on your character sheet between sessions.
Okay. Sweet.
So
I love that.
Also mechanically, in a short rest, since that's what we're looking at, everybody can choose 2 actions.
Yeah.
So without spending any hope or anything, you can elect to clear 1d4 plus your tier hit points from yourself or an ally.
Interesting.
You can clear 1d4 plus tier stress. You can repair 1d4 plus tier armor slots on your or an ally's armor. And then it gets into prepare action. If you choose a prepare action, it's a way to gain hope. It's like, hey, here's our plan.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool,
so
cool, cool.
mechanically, all those are available. And also, if you had more domain cards, you'd be able to swap out the short rest version of them.
Excellent.
And if
Okay.
you're on like Demiplane or something, you can just click the downtime and it will bring those options up.
Oh, very cool. Okay.
Thank you for that,
Well.
Steve. Very well described.
That's all I needed to know. Yeah. So I think I'll just sort of.
So we want to go around real quick and talk about like what we see each of your characters doing during the downtime. You
Sure.
can kind of describe narratively what two choices that you've made.
I like it.
Okay, cool. Let's do Craig first. He looks distracted.
All right. Yeah,
Perfect.
my little water fell over, and I was like,
No,
"Why
I'm
is
sorry.
my
Do
toe
you need
wet?"
a moment to pick it up?
No,
I was
you're
just
good.
fucking with you. Okay.
So since Sprocket did that, I'm gonna use my my turn to do the same to him to help do his armor. I'm gonna use my let me take a look under the hood
Mhm.
to give myself 2+2 to help do that. So do I need to roll for that, or how does that work? So I'm
What do you-
trying to fix his armor with my tinker family background thing.
How does it read?
Oh, it's just my experience thing.
Oh, I see. So yeah, normally he just fixes his own armor as one of the two choices that he makes. But if you want, you can spend one of your two actions to repair his armor instead of him doing it himself.
Oh, yeah,
I'm fine with
'cause
that.
I mean, he just did the same thing for me, so
Perfect. Yeah.
that was
It's usually what, a D4 plus 1?
Yeah, D4 plus
D4
tier.
plus tier,
So
so
Plus
yeah,
tier,
one.
which you all are all a plus. You are all currently a tier 1. Okay. So, yeah, do it as a D4 plus 2 since you're using your experience,
okay.
and then he can have
All
that.
right.
on you.
Oh, so I
that's
rolled a 4.
Oh,
so
perfect.
Plus 2 would be 6.
Yeah, so you can get up to 6 of your armor slots back. I don't know how many it has, but I assume it's 6 or less.
And it's worth noting under the downtime, if you have used a per session feature, there's a reset session features button on there too. Or
That's
if you're
handy.
not, they're still on paper reset your session features.
Yep.
Nice.
Since I rolled so high, can I end up fixing him and my own armor?
Yeah. How many
Or
slots
do I
did
need
you?
to do it separately?
How many slots were you down, Chad?
I had
I was
used
down.
2 of the
I was
3.
down 5. I was down 5 armor.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So then, yeah, you would have 1 left over, and then you can use that on your own armor.
Okay. Sweet.
Sweet.
Unless
Okay,
you wanted
I'll
to
take
use
it.
your second action to do the same thing again, and then just do it on your own armor.
I'll do the same thing to clear my
Okay.
armor then.
There you go.
So I should be back to
Can I ask a meta
to new.
question?
Certainly.
Mhm.
Because it hasn't come up yet. How are we handling the character swaps, the player swap?
Meh.
Are they just is Ariella 7 just here and he's been here all
Yeah,
along?
Aurelius, I think has just been here the whole time.
All right, that's cool.
Kind of thing. And Bray
he
is
was-
still here.
I didn't want to completely ignore Paul.
Oh, no.
If he's
No.
if his
He's here.
character's here.
He wasn't at full function, we'll see.
Yeah, he was a little sleepy.
He was on auto follow.
Yeah, he was
And-
on auto. His not that all the.
He was in demo mode.
He
all the
was
characters-
part of
I
the
don't know.
party. He
I
was
think
part of the party, but he fell off the vine.
during short rest, I just look over. Wait a minute. What does this button do?
Perfect. Okay, so it sounds like Click is
Yep.
repairing armor twice. Thaddeus has stepped away, so we'll go to Sprocket. Sprocket, you were doing repair armor as
I
one of your
was-
actions?
Gonna do repair armor or repair or heal his hit points, whatever was the most.
So you get 2. So you
Yeah,
can choose.
I
Yeah.
can do both. I can do both.
Okay. So I think hit points is the same. I think it's still a D4 plus your tier.
Okay. I'm gonna do hit points for Craig. Is your armor most affected or are your hit points most affected?
No, if you're gonna do, I fixed my own armor was fixed.
Okay.
So
it's hit points. Okay,
yeah,
so I'll do hit points.
I've got
for
like
both
one
of us
hit
then.
point that was taken away, so I'm still short one.
Okay, cool. I'll do hit points for both of us then.
Big numbers, no whammies.
Ooh, that's actually good. That's 4. And then
Are you healing him first or yourself first?
Yeah. I'll heal him first and then I'll heal myself.
Okay. So how many were you down, Craig?
I was down 2. I healed 1 myself, and then he healed the second. So
okay, cool.
Thank
and that
you very
leaves
much,
3.
Mr. Sprocket.
Leaves 3.
Sprocket.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll take. Yeah, I'll just go down. Yeah.
How many did you have?
I had 4 marked up,
okay.
but I took down 3.
So you'll just have 1.
So I'll just have 1. And then
Not
can
bad.
I then use for my second action? Then can I then try to remove a stress from myself?
Well, your first action was healing. Click's armor.
Was healing.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, got it. Thank you.
That was your first short action or short rest action rather.
Thank you.
The heal would be the second. Yes, sir.
So I think once he's kind of okay, you watch him kind of wacky waving, sort of wiggle himself out, like try to, get all the servos back in order. And I think he looks over at Aurelius. Well, hey now. Oh, what are you doing hiding back there, big fella?
Sorry, were you talking to me? I don't know.
Yeah.
Actually, he was going to ask first, does anyone need anything? Because if not, I have an idea how to bring a 7 totally into this. Does anyone need healing or repair?
I think Chad's still down 1.
I mean, I've got some stress, but I'm fully healed, and
I don't know if you can clear someone else's stress.
Because do you always have? Or no, I do have 1 HP that I could still mark down. I'm still down 1, but
yeah, I don't know about healing somebody else's stress, like working on their armor or like healing them with magic.
It's literally on the tend to wounds. There's an option to tend to an ally.
Oh, perfect.
For wounds, but not for stress.
Not for stress. Okay, got it.
That makes perfect sense. I mean, like, unless you maybe had like the masseuse experience or something.
Oh,
maybe.
So I'm so relaxed.
Relax, buddy. Just relax.
I actually have a way when it comes around after Aurelius goes. I have a way I might be able to soothe Sprocket.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
So let me limber up a bit.
What kind of soothing are we doing here?
Didn't realize it was that kind of game.
So let me grab my oil can.
Big old.
The way I want to play this is A7 is still unresponsive, but Thaddeus knows how to activate him. It just may not. I'm just saying maybe he wants to try again, and it might work now. Thaddeus knows he has a wind-up key, and that's it just wound down, I guess. So while Sprocket tries to talk to him, there's no response.
I think with that, I think Sprocket's gonna like look over you while and then look to Thad. Hey, Thaddeus, are you familiar with how he works? I don't want to assume that all golems are the same, but if I've got one, most likely he's got one.
You're muted, Steve.
Well,
there you go.
Yes, I wasn't prepared for this type of conversation. If you've got one, he's got one, but I suppose it's about time. So, when
Every
unlocking.
golem has a key.
Oh, yes, the wind-up key. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Nothing else.
So Thaddeus is like laid out across like one of those like cloth napkins, and
Like a beach blanket.
the cutlery is just up there doing like shiatsu, like the little fork tines, like tick, 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 tick.
Yep. All right. Yes. Thank you, Oneida. Thank you.
And he'll get up and come over there and
Well, I guess we can try again. Fresh out of spit.
and I'll just go back there and turn his little key.
What is it? Clockwise, anti-clockwise. It's lefty loose. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Now the trick is you don't want to wind it so tight that something tink 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 breaks. That'll about do it.
You see his eyes suddenly, like there's a fire lit in, like a literal fire inside of him, and his eyes glow, and you hear a little bit of gears grinding, and he stands up, and looks like if he were organic, he'd be stretching. I guess he's like testing out his ears, like all on his arms and everything, and it's like, oh, that's better. Thank you, Thaddeus. Wasn't quite wound up properly.
Yep. Just like him, not wound up when we needed him for the fight, but now that everything's over, of course, he's good to go. Yep. If you'll excuse me, there's a butter knife with my name on it.
How could I be of service?
Well, I don't know if anyone else has had any issues, but maybe taking a look around and seeing who else is. I took care of me and Click over here, but if you'd like, we were in one heck of a battle, and it'd be nice to see if anybody else needs any help.
What's he doing here?
A7?
No, him. The new guy.
Oh.
Is he looking for stuff too? I mean, hi.
I guess, well, I think with the way we phrased, he was following Thaddeus, but he wasn't at full function. I guess he was just like auto follow till now. Thaddeus and him know each other, I guess, because he has part of the background. But I guess they're both, I guess, because Thaddeus is like a scholar, was it? And Aurelius is a very old golem, only recently reactivated, and he was probably chosen for this because he was created by giants. So, but his memory is not like he knows a little bit about this, but not a lot, or at least he can't remember enough. But he could be
I
useful.
think when you're about halfway through that, you see Click looking up at the sky in the opposite direction, and it's like, I'm sorry, what?
I am the navigator, cartographer.
I found him at a rummage sale.
Okay. Thaddeus, what 2 actions did you end up taking?
So I am removing my hit point damage and my stress.
Excellent.
To do other actions, I can Aurelius can help tend to your wounds. That's what you said.
The fork and knife are doing pretty good. But
And he'll like pull off his robe and sort of leave like that old man like boxer shorts look.
you could always sew up some holes in this.
And I'll just kind of like throw it across at you.
So yeah, if you want to fix armor for him, you can roll a d4 plus 1.
And then my second action, I was going to do prepare. That's why if you had nothing else to do and you prepare, instead of getting +1 hope, we'll both get +2. Or anybody else. Are you going to prepare for your second one?
Yeah. So I don't really think that preparation is much in Thaddeus's repertoire, honestly.
Well, does anyone else want to going to prepare?
I think the only person who hasn't declared what they're doing yet
I've used
is
up mine.
Mazramir. I don't know what he's got planned. Let's find out.
Mazramir's kind of sitting off to the side and is you can see on one bicep where he's tied some bandages off, and he's kind of like with his teeth tying that off and tending to some wounds. I rolled a 4. I didn't have that much I needed, but I'm going to clear my HP, and then I unroll a small leather tool set and pull out these sets of a couple sets of pliers, and spend this short rest period fixing some of the damaged rings on my chainmail armor. And I rolled a 3, so I'll clear all of the armor slots that I had marked. And then I'm going to, kind of while doing that, seeing that Sprocket seems a little tense. I will, as I finish tightening up the armor, I'll roll up the tools and walk over to Sprocket and just kind of put a hand on his shoulder. You're doing good out there. You seem like you're letting it get to you. But try not to do that. Let it get to you. But if it does, if things start to get a little too stressful for you, just let me know. And I'm not going to actually take care of your stress right now.
No worries.
I'm going to wait.
Yeah. Bank it. It's all good.
So, yeah. Repairing armor and tending to wounds is what I'm doing.
All right.
I think in response to that, he looks at you, Mazramir. Well, it's been a long time since I've left the castle, and been a long time since I've been away from the wheat fields, so it's a new journey out here. Honestly.
We took a couple days climbing up the beanstalk, and you see Mazramir is pulling off of his pack a coil of 50 feet of rope and kind of standing right at the edge of this table and looking down. I think you said it was like about 30 plus feet, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Over the edge.
Over 30 feet to the floor from here.
I'm looking for a piece of something on this table, preferably gold because it's going to weigh more, that I can tie off the rope to. Maybe if we have to, that we can move it a little bit closer.
There's absolutely
like tie it off.
There's a bushel of grapes like in a nearby like bowl, and you're pretty sure that you can just like break one of those grapes off with a part of the stem attached to it still, that you could probably tie your rope to that.
Yeah, I'll hack it off, and then kind of bring that over and position it in a way that it seems like it's not going to roll, and then wrap the end of the rope, tie it off to the stem, and kind of wrap it around a couple times, and throw the rope over. Whenever we are ready, we have a way down. Maybe I will climb down first, and just in case one of the smaller fellows falls, I'll try to catch you. Sprocket and A7, you're on your own when it comes to falling. I'm not going to try to catch you.
I wouldn't expect it, bud. You're all right.
I bet they fall faster than they run. They were kind of slow back there.
Just remember,
no offense, Sprocket.
if you do fall, count. Still working now and out.
Yes.
I forgot
Count
about
on the
that
way
part.
down. I dare say
Perfect.
anybody that falls off this table will barely get to one.
So, it sounds like we're making a descent.
Yep,
A
that's
little
a decent
rappel.
assumption.
Okay, so what I would like is for all of you, please, to roll me, or you can do it as a group check if you'd like. I don't think we've done that yet. Group check is, I think you all get to roll the same stat, and then you get to choose whose result that you want to use to represent the entire group. I believe is how that works. I never opened the rules. Shame.
So,
Shame.
all right, you elect a leader. They
Okay.
make an action roll. All PCs make a reaction roll.
Oh, interesting.
The leader's action roll gives a +1 bonus for each reaction roll that succeeds, and a -1 penalty for each reaction roll that fails.
I like that a lot.
The PCs are encouraged to use a reaction roll using different traits, difficulties, and modifiers set by them and the GM to best decide the story.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll need a leader then. It sounds like maybe Mazrimir may have already volunteered. So it's definitely going to be a strength roll to lower yourself down, at a pace that isn't terrifying. So everybody else gets to tell us how you're helping, Mazrimir kind of lead this descent for your group. What ways you're going to try to contribute. We're going to set the DC at 13. It's not terribly difficult, but it is quite a ways down, and there's not a lot of places to gain purchase. So everybody will make that roll and try to beat a 13. It might be meter beat. I think it's meter beat.
You're rolling your duality dice?
Yes, yeah, you'll roll your 2D, your 2D12 and then add whatever stat.
And then based on whether they succeed or fail, I get a plus or minus to my roll to actually...
Correct. Yeah, so if all of them succeed, you'd end up with a +4. If all of them fail, you'd end up with a -4.
Let's find out.
And the only person that can generate hope or fear on this is Jake.
Right, yeah, because the rest of you are rolling reactions. It doesn't matter which of your die rolls higher.
Okay. I will go. I'll
Sure.
gladly describe how I'm doing because I rolled mine already. So that's gonna be I rolled very well. So I got a 12 on my hope die and a 9 on my fear. So that's gonna be a total of 21. 21 plus 2 for incredible strength from my experience.
So in order to add one of your experiences in, you do have to spend a hope.
Oh, you do have to spend a hope. Okay.
Yeah.
You
already succeeded.
Yeah, I've already succeeded. I don't need to add it.
Yeah, it
so
would
I
be
think-
wasteful.
I think that basically Sprocket is going to station himself as a belaying anchor for the rest of the party. Like you watch as he kind of like takes hold of, even though Mazimir has the rope kind of affixed to these to the grapes, he's gonna, like any especially the smaller members of the party, very similarly to how we handled the situation in at the Beanstalk. He remembers how Bray like lashed the group together to kind of make a belay swing, and he'll just utilize his strength and base to kind of help guide and provide steadiness on the rope as everyone goes down. He'll be the anchor at the back end. He'll wait to go last, I assume, with like A7.
Okay, perfect. So that's a +1 currently.
If marked.
Next. You can't all go last.
I mean, by design, I have to go last, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I guess I'll describe it. So A7 tries to climb down, but must be still a little stiff, as he was using his instinct to perceive maybe a way down safely to help lead everyone. I rolled a 6.
Okay. All right. So we're back to a net. Net 0.
I was like, who the hell's a net?
Sorry, my brain just decided to stop mid-sentence.
I mean, no, I got there. I was like, wait, who's a net? What?
My brain just put the brakes on and just didn't let me know.
The Net Funicelli. Welcome to Beach Blanket Bingo.
That's right. A net is actually the name of the seafood fork that I'm having come help me climb down. But no, in reality, so Thaddeus is bidding adieu up here to all this cutlery. There's no benefit in my mind of taking them. So,
Oh, well, farewell. You're free now. Go and eat and serve, and make sure you clean in the little crevices. Dried on food is not good.
but he is going to take a very small prawn fork with him, like the dwarf of the cutlery. And so as I come over to the edge, I will
All right.
now and I'm going to hook the prawn fork so that the rope goes into its tines and kind of stand on its back as I climb down. I am kosher to use any attribute you want for that.
Yeah,
agility, I guess, or what would be the equivalent thereof.
and there's several things that I think could work.
Yeah, I was going to try and argue the magical stat since I'm using the magical fork, but I think watching Old Man Wibble Wobble on the back of a fork coming down is way more entertaining. So that's what we're gonna roll with here. So yeah, I'll use agility here real quick. I will, like I have several times before, add a whopping -1 to Jake's rolls. As I come up with 7.
All right. Yeah, that poor little fork tries its best to like slow down your ascent. You're a dwarf.
Whoa, hey, slower.
If the fork had eyes, they're like bulging, like as it's straining.
It's just like food rope burn between its tines.
Yeah. A very Roger Rabbit moment in my mind. All right, who are we missing? Just you, Click?
Me. Click is
Click.
going
I keep saying
to
Click.
use finesse and control his descent down. I
right.
ended up with a 16.
16. Okay, so that's another success. So back to
Yep.
yeah.
It's
Let's
gonna
see.
be a straight roll for me.
All right. When you're ready, Mazramir.
So I need to roll a 13 or better.
Correct.
Here we go. On strength.
Yep.
I would like to spend some domain pops.
If only.
So
Uh-oh.
I will tell you that I rolled with fear. No surprise there.
Okay.
And I feel like since I went last and everybody else was doing their thing, I insisted that Sprocket go down. Let me rephrase that. I insisted that Sprocket descend before me. And I think I'm going to play off of Thaddeus's failure here. That what we didn't know was that the rapid descent of the fork frayed the rope. I rolled a 4. So
Okay.
I'm thinking the rope breaks at some point, and you can determine,
Absolutely.
Jeremy, how far Mazramir. I think Mazramir's just going to fall.
Yeah.
It's that moment in Last Action Hero where he just kind of is like slow motion falling backwards as the rope breaks, and there's literally nothing he can do about
it. Yep. Okay.
So if it changes your narrative, Jeremy, with a group action, we technically all fail.
Yes. Yeah. So I think it was kind of one of those things where the first person to go was not necessarily done and clear of the rope before the next person was already going. There may have been some pressing, reason for you to hurry. But yeah, I think most of you were already on the rope, and those of you who weren't still on the rope were definitely under falling people, and probably even a few falling things off the table, as well as the sudden shift of like weight and everything. Like unseats a few
giant
pieces.
Golden grape.
Yeah, another one of the grapes breaks off of the bushel, and like you can hear it, and then you just see it like teeter on the edge of the table.
Teeters at the edge.
And then crests and makes like the whistling as it starts to come down. Okay. So I believe, if I remember correctly, the recommendation for falling damage in here is like D10 for 10 feet. Let's see what the PDF says.
It's based on range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. If you
remember it being pretty severe.
If you fall from far or very far, it deals D100 plus 15 physical damage.
But that's what it was. I think it was.
If it's close, it's D20 plus 5, and if
go.
it's very close, it's D10 plus 3.
Okay. So it is going to be a D20 plus 5. So all of you are going to take damage. Ooh, you lucky bastard. 7 points.
But that's under my threshold, my minor damage threshold.
Wait, you need to work on your definition of lucky.
What is your threshold, Steve?
My minor threshold is 7. My major is 14. So
I have an ability. Let me make sure I'm reading this right. No, I'm gonna. Man, I really don't want to see these guys get hurt. I my job is literally a guardian. I have an ability called I Am Your Shield. When an ally within very close range, so I guess that's your determination where we were on the ropes, as we're falling, I can mark a stress to stand in the way. So if you'll allow it, I'm thinking if I can grab hold of one person, grabbing hold of Thaddeus and kind of shifting my body to hold him up so that I can break his fall, and that would make him not take the damage or maybe reduce the damage. But by this, instead of him taking damage, I'm taking the stress and marking any number of armor slots to take that damage for him.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. So yeah, Mazrimir kind of like wraps Thaddeus up, kind of like almost on instinct, and does that classic, superhero, Superman turns his back to the ground and cushions the fall as best he can. So Thaddeus, you will take nothing. The 7 will instead go to Mazrimir, which I guess would make your total 14 then.
I had a question.
Me too.
I can't see it in the class feature, the beast form. It says just mark a stress to magically transform. Can that be done before we finish falling? I wanted to turn into an arachnid and use what's it called, the web slinger. Create a strong web-like material useful for both adventuring and battle, and I thought I could
Hell yes.
temporarily restrain a target within close range. I wanted to attempt to shoot out a webbing. I guess now for a click, I will try.
Okay. So yeah, absolutely. And I love that it seems like druids in this operate a little more freely. That's always been one of my complaints about the way that they're built in D&D. You're very, very limited as a wild shape druid. So yeah, I think that that's really cool. That it's, almost like, again, on instinct as you're starting to fall. This is just, a power that you have. So yeah, you can absolutely change into an arachnid. Is it an actual large arachnid, or is it like a golem-y version of an arachnid?
Going to be interesting. So it's saying like a tarantula wolf spider. So I'm guessing it's a stalking arachnid, so I guess it's a little smaller. But yeah, he's going to still look like a metallic spider covered in moss and greenery and stuff. And as he's falling, so he's going to still, I guess, take the damage. Well, the one wound, but he'll shoot out the web slinger. So I guess it's a finesse roll, but I gain a +1. So let's see, how do I do this? Says I already have a +1, so now it's a +2. Hold on, let me double check that I don't have. I have advantage on attack, climb, sneak, so I don't think that's going to come into play with this roll. And let's see what happens. Yes, we are falling. Critical success, 2 5s for a total of 12. Does that 12 count as a success? I guess if I roll.
It was the DC was a 13 here.
Oh, well, okay, so I didn't succeed.
Okay.
But I got a hope out of it.
Did you say you were critical?
Oh no, yeah, what, 2 5s? Does that count as?
Oh, it is a critical. Yeah, so yeah, you absolutely succeeded.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I got 2 5s, critical success.
Yep. Doubles are a critical in this system. Good catch, Steve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that give me a hope or?
Yeah, it gives you a hope, and it clears a stress if you have one, I believe, as well.
Oh, which I do, because I just turned into an arachnid.
Oh,
so
nice.
So as he's falling, he was going to try to save Thaddeus, but Mazmir got him. So I think Click went down before or after. I can't remember. But as he was falling, he turned into this arachnid and spun, I guess, the webbing to try to slow Click's fall, and he lands down and he takes the one wound. Do I take his damage too, or I just saved him in that case?
So yeah, I think he will probably take like half damage. Because it's not going to stop him from falling because it doesn't anchor to anything. But it wraps him up enough in this webbing that it'll help cushion the fall essentially. So
at least it's not Mary Jane.
It's true.
Well, it was Gwen whose back broke.
Yeah.
Did I at least save her from 1 hit point? I guess. Like, were you taking 2 hit points of damage?
No, he would have taken 7.
I would have taken 2. My threshold is, I think, 6 to 12. So I would have taken 2. So thank you very much.
Reduces it to 1. Hell yeah.
A lot of party cooperation. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, if we can keep each other from dying falling off of a table, then we can, that makes it easier for Jeremy to kill us in the actual fight.
Okay. So we have everybody's mechanical damage and such taken care of. How that's playing out. So there's this moment of like unhinged chaos that unfolds rapidly. Thankfully, several of you have been in danger enough times that you're used to reacting quickly. And you manage to kind of throw out a couple of helpful abilities or use your body as a shield and help mitigate some of this, what could have been a catastrophe for some of your less hardy members of your party. But you're all on the ground now. So, looking ahead.
3. 3.
Good timing. Very nice.
Perfect. Mm-hmm. Looking ahead, you can see this room that kind of like spreads away from you some distance, and you realize that the nearest wall is probably what looks like a quarter of a mile or so from where you stand, judging by your scale. But you can see what looks like a doorway that leads into more golden castle walls. But you think you see human-shaped figures that direction. They don't appear to be moving, but you're fairly certain that you see multiples of them in that room. But you're all kind of standing up, dusting yourselves off, collecting yourselves and your things. What are you doing?
I think we need to buy better rope.
Now, was the 3 from the place where the rope broke or the top of the table?
I don't know where I got that rope from, but I will not be buying from that vendor again if I figure out who it was. But we all seem to be in one piece.
Yes.
Wait. Sprocket, is this your arm? Oh, wait, that's... Thaddeus, I believe this is your fork.
Well, poor Annabelle. Barely knew him. So, what's
He's
next?
in a better place. The floor. That way.
Fork of the road.
Glad to see you're not torn up over the loss of this fork.
Fork 'em.
Wasn't mine.
Then I think we should go that way. It seems to be the most obvious path before us. I literally haven't had anything else described in that direction or this direction, so
Yeah, complete void behind us.
let's all just get on this train car here and follow the tracks.
It's the haze of distance. All
Yeah.
right.
I'm not. I mean, if everybody seems like they're good to go, I'm literally dusting myself off and starting to head in that direction.
I think Sprocket's just getting himself together. He's making sure he's got his axe. So you see he's got his axe in one hand. He's put the shield back on his back. And he kind of just like affixes his hat. And as opposed to like the traditional like Tin Man's cone shape, it is more like, I think, one of those like tall brocade hats that like a soldier or like one of the standing guards would have at like the Emerald City. I think that's very fitting for him. But it is all made of it's all made of metal. And he'll just once he gets himself together, I think bookend wise, if Mazimir is leading the charge, I think Sprocket will be right behind you and kind of keeping the small ones in between the two golems as bookends.
Perfect. So as you cross this like quarter mile or so before you get to the threshold of this additional room that you have spotted, what is something that we see that you come across that is everything's gold? Everything that you're seeing now is solid gold through and through. But again, at the scale that you are, with how small you are, even this distance, crossing what looks like a normal empty room, there are things that cause obstacles and landmarks, if you will, here on the floor. What are those? What do we see?
So I think one of the first things that we come to as we go over this uneven floor, right? This sort of a rise in the floor of a bowed board. We see in the distance this shining golden mountain and this black tunnel that runs through it as it's a book that has fallen spine up and presented itself as, a large hill with a tunnel that goes directly through the center of it.
I think that's Click is gonna like look over and like next to the wall you hear this like clunk clunk clunk, this like golden like ball is like rolling and and he's like, is that a dust bunny? Oh, I can't hear you guys.
I don't think anybody said anything.
Literally
No.
nobody was
okay.
talking.
I think
No, I couldn't hear anybody. I was like, why is my sound off?
I was clapping, but I was muted.
Yeah. I think would the dust bunny, Jeremy, be like the size, like if there was like a dust bunny here, would it be like the size of a boulder?
Yeah, again, like everything's 8 times its size.
Or a giant golden tumbleweed.
Yeah, and like I said, everything is enlarged by 800%. So
yeah.
it's
Oh man. Okay.
It's
cool.
literally the size of a beach ball.
Yeah, I just think as we're heading under, when you say is that a dust bunny, I do think Sprocket goes, looks more like a tumbleweed to me at this point. But I think in that moment is when they're kind of heading under the underpass of the book. And I think when they come out from up underneath the book, I think there's this mound in front of them again. Like you go under a valley, you go over a valley, you go under a valley, and into a gully, all that kind of stuff. And you see what looks like just how do I describe it? Oh yeah, just like a mass of a mound of what, if it wasn't all draped in gold, would be the equivalent of an old rag doll that has just stretched from one end, which now I think we realize that in this living space, the book on the ground, the doll in front, this is like some sort of a children's space. And it's an old rag doll that is for Sprocket is very reminiscent of whatever Dorothy adjacent character you might have in Dowrenland. And the ragdoll essence of it reminds him of like the wheat and the straw man, like his best friend who is a straw man back at the Emerald City. And he'll be crossing it, and as they're kind of having to clamber over and around this ragdoll, it's just reminding him of the home that he left and how kind of frozen in time he feels in certain points in his life.
Yeah. You would remember Dorothy from some time ago, if you knew her, and you would know that she was an outsider with her brother Jack, and they had 2 others with them, Peter and Alice, and the 4 of them kind of became heroes in Dowrenland, though they came from other places, which is not uncommon for to find people who are from other places. But sadly, they all met a pretty tragic end. And Dorothy and Alice live on in a way. They are heads in the Red Queen's collection that she switches out with ease, as if switching clothes.
Yes, and yeah. Oh man, that's great. I'm very glad to hear that. Thank you. We know where you got that from. I know where you got that from.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally, the Red Queen and Queen Mombi rolled into one big scary biatch. Yeah. Okay. What else do we see? Yeah.
As we come around the body of this big rag doll, probably about halfway or more to closing the distance, surprisingly, we find ourselves on the edge of a small town. Just a main street, a couple of buildings. There's a saloon, a hardware store, a stable. one building off to the left that says Kindersley Hotel. And there's golden, our sized, but golden gunfighters facing off against each other in the street. But they have these bases that help them to stand up. This is a child's playset of a Western town. And we basically just walk through this center of this golden town from one end of Main Street to the other. And I think at one point, looking at all of these golden buildings and everything else here, Mazrimir just almost under his breath, you might hear him say, "Eat your heart out, Alan Quartermain."
As everyone is moving through, Aurelius reverts back to his column form, and he pulls out this strange pendant, and he infuses it with some magic. It glows green, if anyone is watching, and basically just creating a rune board. Doesn't cost anything. Allows me to spend a hope to reduce incoming damage by D8, which I should have had when after a rest. And it's ongoing unless I roll an 8, and then it's the power ends. And he starts, and then he just follows along. He's trying to see if he can get his bearings, like where see if there's anything he can see from this vantage point, like a thing that stands out.
Yeah, like I said, you can see what looks like figures in the room beyond. It's hard to kind of tell exactly what's going on because everything is gold, so every surface is reflective of every other surface, and you're kind of just seeing vague forms at this point. And again, the haze of distance from how far away kind of helps to cause a little bit of like confusion. But as you get closer to this threshold, given your vantage point, you can tell that it looks like several people or were made this way or carved this way or were turned into gold, just like everything else. These people are in positions of like sorrow, of anguish, of like pleading with someone or something. You can see that there's a section of this room just on the other side of the doorway that doesn't have as many statues in it or people in it. And from there, you actually hear what sounds like a beautiful voice that is singing.
Quick, everyone stuff your ears with wax and tie me to the mast.
I don't know, that turning eggs into gold and pigs into gold, and I mean even the rat, but people. Somehow that just takes the fun out of this.
We knew the stakes were high when we came here.
Yeah, 30 feet up on the table.
Well, it appears they were higher than we imagined.
I mean,
And Thaddeus will approach one of them, and this particular one is obviously a woman, and the way that her hands are proffered out in front of her, you get that like impression that someone was being taken from her in the moment that she was turned. There's just that look of just cast despair and hopelessness. Like you might even be able to see, like the camera can see that there's that like golden tear, like literally just on her face.
I don't think I much care for this.
This feels like walking through a graveyard. But there's so much worse and sadder.
Maybe that plug in the ears things is not a bad idea.
No, I don't think magic like this is done just like that. But
And he'll kind of examine them, and for the first time, maybe there's a bit of competency showing through this like old man facade.
I think it can be undone. Most transmutation magics can be undone. But it won't be easy.
Is that singing or whatever they're doing? Is that a spell? Do you recognize that?
Huh?
That's
Sorry.
singing.
I'm a little hard of hearing.
That's singing!
I heard you! I don't hear the singing!
Oh, you heard me. Well, the singing, I was wondering if that was a spell. What did it...
I don't know. Yeah, it could be.
Oh.
But look,
I thought that was your job.
yeah, sing to the
I
gems.
said I thought that was your job!
I wish you'd fallen harder.
Like 4?
No, there's different kinds of magic. I do mine with gems, and he does his with animals. And, well, I mean, even he does the glowy hands thing. None of them are singing. But it is the first sign of something being alive that isn't trying to eat us. Currently. But if it's a giant, they will try and eat us. Soon.
But not while singing, though.
Mm-hmm. They're Italian.
All right. You move forward again amongst these enormous people, these people that are 8 feet the size of you. You move amongst their feet and where they're on their knees. Several of them on all fours, even several of them like curled up on the floor almost in a fetal position. And you move a little closer in, and the deeper that you move into the room, this singing still kind of like drifts to you, and it's the most beautiful singing you've ever heard in your entire life. It's at once peaceful and thrilling to even be able to hear it. And then all of a sudden you hear the singing stop. And there's a moment of silence before... Hello? Is someone there?
Jeremy, does the sound of that voice, for us being as small as we are, is that like resonance booming, or is it on the same scale as us. Like, I guess to me, I'm thinking if this is a larger creature, like the same way we dealt with the goose would sound very similar to like a dragon, right? The honk of a goose would sound like a dragon. Are we dealing with a large like BFG sort of like booming voice, or are we dealing with like our level?
It definitely has bass to it.
Okay.
But it does sound softer, not quite as booming, not quite as difficult on the ears. If I can get the voice mod to work, you might even.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay.
It's just not going to do it.
Interesting. Yeah, I think Sprocket. I don't think Sprocket is as deterred by it, but I think he's looking around at his other organic companions and trying to see if, like, he definitely will stop. He's concerned because it's the first life form outside of the egg that we've run into. The egg who shall not be named. Outside of that, this is the first life form we've seen, and I think he's concerned that if we move forward, it may be a trap.
While you're thinking this, I'm going to look at everybody and I'm going to move as quietly as possible to scout ahead. I am Wildborn, which I have a natural ability called Lightfoot. My movement is naturally silent. I have advantage on rolls to move without being heard. So I'm going to attempt to move to where I can see the source of this voice before it spots me. That's going to be my attempt.
Okay.
I think Click is going to do the same thing, but go cloaked or hidden.
All right, excellent. The two of you kind of like stick together, or do you kind of like perform like a defensive, or not defensive, like a pincer type move?
I feel like I don't even know that Click's following me.
That's fair. At one point, you just look
That's
back
how
and he's like right
quiet I
behind
am.
you.
Sneaking up on a cat.
Do you roll with advantage in this game?
It's an extra D6 to your roll.
I knew I saw that.
I am very strongly considering, even though I have a -2 agility.
Oh, no.
I can turn into a creature to give me +1 agility, advantage on sneak, and then I can spend a hope to copy Wildborn. So I'll have advantage in the extra dice points. He's strongly considering it, but he stays back when he sees Click follow. It's like, okay, I'll stay back. I got to keep. Well,
I tell everybody to stay here while I scout ahead, and half the party follows me.
You turn around, there's a line of people sneaking just like you behind you.
The Pink Panther soundtrack. Da-da,
right.
da-da, da-da, da-da.
Scooby-Doo and the gang.
All 5 of our heads just peeking around
but
a
stacked?
door.
Yeah.
I don't know what the DC is, but I rolled a 11 on the duality dice with hope. And then with advantage, that puts me, I rolled a 4 on the D6, so I have a 15 total with hope.
Excellent. Yeah. Not a problem at all.
Bing.
Okay. I'm going to test this again.
I think just for flavor, because I am an Aslion, oh, however you say it.
Mm-hmm.
Aslion. I'm an Aslion.
Or an Aslion. You can do that too.
I think that when I move silently, I drop to all 4s, even though I'm bipedal.
Oh, hell yeah.
I think I think you see him drop low and actually take on more of the true lion posture almost. And just distribute my weight and just that predator movement to try to get a view of the source of this singing.
All right. Okay.
Oh wait,
I'm gonna try this one more time.
well, you said 15 was already
Is that working now? No.
you said 15 was a success already anyway, right? Because
Correct.
I forgot to add any stat bonus. I don't know what stat we were using for that.
It is finesse to sneak.
Okay, so it'd be a 14 because I have a -1 to finesse.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you absolutely are able to kind of like, again, hide behind the, the leg or the shin or the foot of one of these people, and kind of like make your way around where you can hear this voice continuing to kind of call. And at first, you're having a hard time spotting where it's coming from. You're not seeing anything that isn't solid gold. And then you finally get a vantage point and you can see what looks like a 16-foot tall golden woman who looks like she's part of a harp. And she's kind of like craning her neck, looking in the direction from where the rest of the group kind of like held up short. And you can see by her mannerisms and the expression on her face that she seems confused, maybe worried, concerned. Hello? Hello?
I will stand up and step out of the shadow of whatever person's foot I was concealed behind. And I will look up at this golden woman and say, "Pray tell, my lady, that you are not the reason for this sorrowful tableau we see around us. Tell me that we do not have anything to fear from you."
From me? No, of course not.
We have seen all manner of things that have given us reason to be distrustful of the things we find in this obscenely large and opulent place.
Oh, yes, my master's house is filled with treasures. I am but one of them.
You speak of your master.
Yes,
So there would be
Meedas.
one who is head of this household.
There was, at one time, yes.
At one time. Not anymore.
My master has not been seen for many, many years now. Well, my true master, that is. You really should not be here.
What is the danger that we face from your master or whoever else would pose a threat to us?
My new master, he But he eats your kind. You should go. And quickly.
My lady, you must understand that we are not ones who turn away so easily. We do not run from danger.
Then I am afraid you may end up just like many others before you. And for that, I am sorry.
Is there anything you can tell us about your new master that would aid us in our intention to liberate you from such a tyrant?
His name is Galgal Nim, and he has a sixth sense, a heightened ability to sniff out the small folk. If he catches you, you are too late.
Just then, you hear a thunderous sound. And she looks in the direction of the feast hall where you came from. And she says,
Oh no. We're already too late. Run! Run!
and you all feel the entire ground beneath you rumble with the rhythmic footfalls of someone approaching. You have mere seconds before whatever it is, whoever it is that is approaching, is going to enter this space.
If you're not hiding, already hide. As I turn to the others. And I will take cover behind the foot again. In fact, if they're as big as they seem to be, if they're as big as I think they are, if I can fit... Nah, I'm just going to hide around the foot. I don't want to get stuck. I was going to hide between the toes, but that's kind of weird. Maybe Click or Thaddeus can fit in there, but I'm just going to quick hide around this foot again.
The rest of you?
I think Sprocket is also going to look around in this space for essentially a hiding spot. But if he cannot find one, I think his immediate instinct is to, I am the size of a toy, therefore I have a wind up, I'll wind up back. I can just fall on the floor if I can't find I'll just fall on the floor and feign being a wind up toy if I can't find a hiding spot before then.
I'm testing something. Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Whatever you would need, Jeremy.
What about now?
Yeah. I can still hear you.
Normal voice?
Normal voice,
Yep,
though.
normal voice.
Interesting.
Sorry, continue.
Just whatever you would need for me to roll. I don't know what...
To try to pretend that you're just a toy?
Try to pretend... Well, either that or I'm trying to either hide myself. Either hide myself or if I can't hide myself, I want to just drop to the ground and pretend.
Okay. So then, yeah, you can either make a finesse roll if you want to try to hide,
okay,
or if you want to try to play it being a toy, then you can make a presence roll.
presence roll. Okay, I will do presence because I have a higher presence. So yeah, we'll do that. Oh, okay. But that is going to be okay. Is there a way, Jeremy, that I can do anything if I roll with if it turns to roll with fear? Is there any way that I can mitigate that or no?
No, I think there might be some abilities in the game that might be able to do something like that, but unless
No
it's
worries.
one of the ones that you have.
No worries, I do not have it, but I will go
That gives
ahead
me-
and yeah, I rolled a 19 with fear.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to do something very similar. Only I'm going to prestidigitate myself to be golden, and then just stand there, very still. Also
Excellent.
pretending to be a statue. So I guess a presence roll.
Yes, please.
Oh, critical success.
Okay. Hell yeah.
So just, I don't know why it's the most awkward pose possible, but
I rolled, by the way, a 19 with fear to hide.
Excellent. Another fear.
Aurelius is gold. Right? Well, he's tarnished. And his experience constructed by giants, that's at a +3. So I'd like to do a perform check with that.
Okay. Yeah, you
Right.
can add an experience to any roll, and it just costs you a hope to do so.
So I get a +3 to that roll.
Yes, because the golems, I think in particular, get to pick one of their experiences, and it is a 3 instead of a 2.
Yeah, and that's the one I picked. So presence +3 and roll. Critical success. I got lucky because I rolled a 7, but I
Wow.
got 2 2s. So I gained my hope back,
Mm-hmm. And clear stress if you still have one.
which I did not. But yeah, there we go. So I look like a tarnished gold wind-up toy.
Flick is already in the hidden position, and I am going to take Jake's advice and go between the toes in my hidden condition. You want me to roll that still?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, goodness. 18 with fear.
Another point of fear. Okay. The ground continues to tremble every time one of these footfalls happens, and this dark shape kind of like appears in the doorway before you can really make out much detail. And then stepping through the doorway is the largest giant that any of you have ever seen. I don't know how many of you have seen a giant in your travels or in your explorations, but this giant is close to probably 50 feet tall, and looks the way a lot of giants look, almost Neanderthal, almost, simple's the wrong word, but they're known for being brutish, thuggish, cruel, not very bright beings, usually. Not at all the kind of beings that would have built this place. Not at all the kind of beings that you can see form these golden statues that are around you. This one, covered with scars and hair and leather-like skin, drags behind him a tree that has an enormous boulder kind of lashed to its head, forming a crude weapon. And you can see all up the left-hand side of his chest, up onto his shoulder, in the top part of his arm, and onto his back, there are these enormous nuggets of gold. These what looks like molten gold that was just kind of poured in situ and hardened. And the skin all around it looks like it's festering and irritated. And you can see these giant, jagged tusks that kind of like stick out of his like gnarled lips. And he takes like 3 steps into the room. Everything around you is trembling and shaking every time one of his feet touches the ground. And he stops and says,
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smells blood and I want some. Be he's live or be he's dead. I'll grind his bones to make me bread.
he is like nostrils flaring. And you can see his gaze like starting to sweep back and forth in the space where all of you are sharing with him. What are you going to do? Is the intention to try to stay where you are? Stay hidden, stay safe, stay quiet?
I am going to, while hiding behind this foot out of view, I think the only thing that I'm going to do is reach across my back and instead of taking my greatsword, I'm going to pull my longbow off of my back. And as quietly as I can, draw out an arrow and knock it and just be ready. As I'm looking at this arrow and imagining the size of this thing and just looking at it and just shaking my head in disbelief at this whole situation. But it's the tools I have.
All right. Everybody else's plan is just to hang tight.
Wait a minute. There is something else that I want to do. I think it would come across probably as I'm reaching for this arrow. It's like anybody that's looking at Majamir sees as he suddenly remembers something. And I'm going to reach up into one of the a pouch that's on the strap of my rucksack. And there's a small cloth wrapped biscuit there. And I am going to pull out my Issachar biscuit. I'm not going to eat it yet, but I am ready. And as I open it, if anybody's in my line of sight, I'm going to just hold up the biscuit like, I literally just remembered that as a player.
Yeah, I think I'll probably have seen you and pull out my biscuit.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking this is a children's show. Just whipping out your biscuit.
Mm.
I
It's
I
a
would
honey biscuit.
like I would like to use again prestidigitation to create the most alive human smelling smell that I can. So that sort of like blood and bone smell. And I would like to create that cloud at the far distance. That's the most I can create it. Um and have that sort of like be potent enough. And what I'm looking for is a distraction, right? Like that would, and when he does that, I would like to use that time to move over to Matt's, like just to be able to get over there because I don't want to be stepped on. It's not real reason.
Excellent. You cast this spell, Thaddeus, and all of a sudden, just as Octava, the harp, is speaking to the giant, she says,
My lord,
That's the wrong voice. My lord, was the hunt successful?
and he doesn't even answer. He moves with terrifying speed over to where Thaddeus' spell has just kind of manifested and is like drops down to his knees. And again, like everything around you like jumps off the floor as he like drops to his knees and puts a hand down and starts to like sniff like a dog lapping at water around this area where his spell is. And again, like y'all can see, especially from here on the ground, like when his nostrils flare, they're the size of a cave entrance. You can see like bristling with these like stiff, long like hairs that stick out of his nostrils. He's like just drinking it in. And then he kind of like turns his head in the direction of Mazramir.
I smells blood. Food. Where's my food?
All right. We're going to enter our fourth encounter. So, Gulgau Nim is your opponent in this scene. You are going to try to do your best to avoid the worst of his rampage. Thankfully, you have already met the harp, and the exchange went positively in your favor. So she is going to be doing her best to sing him to sleep. But she needs your help. So in addition to you trying to avoid the worst of his attacks, you're going to need to try to aid her as best you can, whatever way makes sense. Essentially, there's going to be a progress countdown for this scene. We are starting with a 6. He is not going to take a nappy poo until that die reaches 0. So every success will take 1 off of that countdown. Every failure will put 1 back on that clock. Does that all make sense? Excellent. Okay. So the spotlight is going to start with all of you. So tell me, in whatever order that you wish, how you're helping to work down this progression.
See, Aurelius is going to cast a spell. I don't know what the target number would be, but it's going to He's within far range, so I'm going to cast Vicious Entangle. Because it temporarily restrains the target. So slow him down a bit.
Interesting. Okay. All right. So, what does this spell require from you or me? Is it something that you need to roll?
Yes. So it's a spell casting roll against the target within far range.
Yeah, absolutely within range. So, what is your spell casting attribute?
Instinct, I believe. Yeah, instinct.
Instinct. Okay. So go ahead and roll your instinct. Let's see what you got.
I've been rolling low, but getting critical successes.
Mm-hmm.
This time I'm still rolling low, and I did not get. I got a 6. It says with hope, but I guess I don't get the hope unless I succeed.
You do. You still earn the point.
Now,
and more importantly, because you rolled with hope, that prevents the spotlight from passing to me, which means that the PCs can continue to go. But it will.
I was wondering what the target number was, or
you don't know that yet,
or you can't. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I could have spent a hope to get this guy constructed by giants, so maybe I have an understanding of them.
So your experiences you have to decide to spend before you roll.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
All right then. Yes, that's it. So some vines come up, try to entangle his leg, and he just, I guess, breaks through them.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a matter of just you're not able to cover enough surface area on this guy, even pushing the spell to its limits and causing, a large amount of this verdant grasping vegetation to try to wrap around his foot. He doesn't even put concerted effort to actually breaking free. It's just by sheer, movement, it just breaks and snaps, and he barely even notices. Okay. That pushes the clock to a 7.
Click is going to, since he's hidden, he's going to find something, he's going to find that Lego for him to step on and push it into his path so that he steps on it to slow him down.
Perfect. I do want to clarify, just in case anything that you're doing hinges on you being hidden or cloaked, he actually has a feature called Smell the Blood that he ignores the hidden and cloaked conditions of all targets within far range.
I mean,
so you can absolutely still do. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
Fine because he's running across the room, so
perfect.
He's already got his attention somewhere else. So
excellent. I know that the rogue sometimes has things that proc off of being hidden. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
Okay, so what do you imagine in that Click finds? What sharp, dangerous thing is he going to step
on? The toys are all there.
Perfect.
So that's why I went with a building block or a Lego that's pointed, the caltrap of the child's toys.
Absolutely. Okay. So let's see what attribute.
I'd still say finesse because he's got to pick the right one.
Yeah, I think finesse could work here.
Looking for pointy. Oh no, it's a critical though.
Okay.
It was only a 4, but it's 2/2, so critical success.
Excellent. Okay. So that is gonna.
That would add a hope then.
Yes, you add a hope, and if you have a stress, you can clear a stress.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, you're kind of pushing aside junk and all these toys, and you're what is it? A rubber ball, or it was a rubber ball at one point. You kind of find a a plushie that is now turned to gold. Like all of these things that are the exact opposite of what you would be looking for. And you move like one last piece, and there is like a jack. And it's like, you know, literally the sun kind of streaming in from a broken hole in the roof is like gleaming off of this golden jack as you spot this.
Nice.
For our younger audience members, a jack was a game that Jacks was a game people used to play with a rubber ball and these little ball caltrops.
For you kids not born in the 2000s, you got to be in the 19s.
The 1900s.
Yeah. You were born in the 1900s.
Look up analog toys. You'll be surprised. Yeah. And I mean, it's a perfect caltrop, and it's the size of you. Actually, it's even bigger than you because Click is a Neldink. So yeah, you kind of like are able to roll this kind of end over end and push it out kind of out into the open. And at some point, he turns and puts his foot directly onto it and just cries out,
Yo!
like lifts his foot up and grabs a hold of it and starts hopping up and down on his other foot. And every time, yep, exactly. It's that like that Monty Python animated bit.
And
Ooh.
then I will
Ooh.
go back to a hidden condition.
If I can do this all in one movement, this is what I would like to do. I'm going to shove the biscuit, the I forgot what it's called. This Issaka biscuit in my mouth and start chewing. And as I'm quadrupling in size, just suddenly appearing next, like instead of being behind the foot, just coming out from behind this golden statue. And I'm going to take aim with my bow. And I'm going to, now that my arrow is much bigger, I'm going to try to shoot through his other foot and pin him to the floor.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, you chomp down this thing, and all of you who can see Mazramir, he just grows 4 times, and you know he is huge compared to you. And standing next to Golgao Nim, it definitely looks like a closer fight in size, but you're about half his size.
I just imagine, even though it's not the same use of the sound effect, I just imagine the $6 million man. It's an increase in size.
Yeah.
And I'm going to let loose that arrow, which is an agility roll. I don't think I have anything I can really use to supplement this. I'm just going to roll it. Wow. A 12 and a 1. Guess which one's the 12? That's a 13, 14.
Is it the fear?
Yes, it is a 14 with fear. I don't think I have anything I can do. So yeah, it's a 14 with fear as I let the arrow loose.
A 14 advances the clock. So your arrow, now 4 times in, size and diameter, you let this, bolt fly from your bow, and it punctures right into like his abdomen. And just as he's like hopping around on one foot, he very quickly staggers back and puts his foot back down again, causing the entire room to shake and tremble. And he looks down at this arrow sticking out of his gut, and he just screams, "Oh!" But now, because you rolled with fear, it is his turn. He has a ramp up ability, which means I have to spend a fear in order to spotlight him, even though it has already passed to me. While he is spotlighted, however, he gets to make his standard attack against all targets within range. So, he also, as he's rampaging, He has marked 2 or more hit points and is going to get a bonus to his hit and damage that is equal to the current progression clock.
Real quick, because I know we're working on progression clock. Should I have rolled damage versus him?
Yes, please.
And correct me if I'm wrong, because of the Issachar biscuit, I am now at proficiency 3, which means I believe proficiency is the number of damage dice you roll.
Correct.
So I'm going to roll 3d8 instead of what's the 6 and 5 is 11 plus 2, 12, 13, 16 physical damage from the arrow.
Oh yeah, that is actually his severe threshold. Nice. So he marked 2 hit points just from that alone.
Noise.
Look, if he's gonna be hurting me, I want to make sure I hurt him first.
Absolutely. Good catching that. Okay. So he is rolling against all of you. He's gonna roll this once. He rolled like caca, thankfully for you. But let's see what that comes out to be. All right. Anybody's evasion less than an 8?
Mine is 8.
I think he hits you.
Mine for sure.
And Sprocket. Okay.
Yep.
So
Now,
apparently,
would I be in? I'm obviously in range, but if I'm hiding from him,
so again,
what would that mean?
He has an ability called Smell the Blood. He ignores the hidden and cloaked conditions.
Okay. But
even with golems?
With golems,
correct.
We don't have...
Again,
interesting.
Yeah, golems in Dowrenland eat, sleep, drink. They are living creatures.
Okay.
They are magical as far as the way that they are created, but they are living creatures.
Interessant. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here I thought, he can't smell me because I'm...
Nice try.
But I'm a metal man. What do you mean I have blood? I don't have blood. Okay. Well, then that changes my perspective on how we do this then.
He swings this massive tree with this boulder like lashed to it, completely and totally just like knocking one of these gold people like to the side, and in doing so clangs into Mazramir and Sprocket as well. So you both are going to take physical damage.
And Aurelius. Yeah, and me too.
What is your evasion?
8.
Oh, perfect. Then yes, you as well.
Slow as molasses.
It's okay. A lot of the martial classes have a lower evasion in Daggerheart. Well, it seems to be intentional.
Well, it's because he has the heavy armor. And he had to agility, so I got a -2.
It drops it.
And I just think his oil hasn't been changed in a while. It's all sludgy.
It's sludgy. I love that. Absolutely. Okay, so he is attacking you with Masher. You're all going to take, or the 3 of you, are going to take 7 physical damage.
I would like to roll a d8 for that to try to reduce it. Because if I roll a 7, I can negate it. Correct?
What is this for?
Oh, I can. I have the rune ward. I can spend a hope to reduce incoming damage by d8. I don't know if it's. I'd have to roll a 7 on a d8, and I don't want to roll a d8 because then I lose. You know what? I'll just take it because.
I'm going to use my Iron Will, spend an armor slot, and take no damage. So I can reduce by 1 tier.
Nice. Okay.
Yes. Oh, I'm going to use an armor slot. Well,
which will also, it'll bump it down 1 tier.
Yeah. So I take 0 damage.
Can I take an Can I take an armor slot to take no damage?
Mm-hmm. So, what are your thresholds?
What my threshold for my armor? Armor
Oh,
slots are
your hit points.
9 and 18. For
Okay. So yeah, 7 wouldn't get out of your minor damage. So if you spend an armor slot, you will take no damage from it at all.
Okay, I will go ahead and do that then because I've got the 5.
Okay, perfect. So as Masher swings across, knocking this this kneeling person, this giant golden statue beside you, kind of like over, tumbling, and the three of you are kind of caught in this, Mazrimir, Sprocket, and Aurelius. How is it that you avoid the worst of this? What is it that we see whenever you're using these abilities?
I think I'll go. I think you see in the moment when like the golden statue kind of like clangs on the ground, you watch as Sprocket sort of just ragdolls around and like rolls his way out of the way, and then just immediately falls back limp, trying to just continue the ruse until there's a bruise, and then that's going to be a problem.
The Aurelius holds up his shield and braces for the impact. He still goes back, a few feet, but he and probably thematically, I'm going to say it smashes the shield, but you still have it. It's part of his armor, sort of thing, like built to his arm. So he gets smashed and pushed back, but doesn't take any actual damage.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think gold necessarily sparks, but I see like, where his feet are on the ground, like sparks flying as they're like scooted back from the impact. What about you, Sprocket? Or did you describe what you did?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. So with that, spotlight passes back to the party. So somebody who hasn't gone yet might be able to take a turn, or whatever order that you wish.
Have we all
I could
gone?
go again.
Oh.
I'll gladly spend a fear and go ahead and.
All right, if everyone is gone, then
his just I have a quick question. His melee distance is different than ours, right? So like,
oh yeah,
right.
So Aurelius is spurred into action, and he here's my plan. Takes the Ithaca biscuit and then switches into beast form and attacks. Can that be done? That's one action.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so he takes the biscuit. I'm going to use 3 hope to evolution to transform to beast form without marking a stress. And that gives me a +1 to one of my traits. The beast form I select is going to be strength. I'm going, pack predator. So like a wolf. So he turns into this, but he's also 4 times the size. So he's almost 30 feet big. 30 feet, wolf with now a +3 to my strength as I get +2 from the wolf. I get advantage on attacks.
You get an additional +2 strength from the Ithaca biscuit.
Yes. Oh.
Yep.
Yes. So, 3.
Or yeah,
3
you get +2 to something.
So else. I get a +6 to strength as I grow 4 times my size. And I'm going to do a melee attack. Let's see. I think it appears right. That's counting. Where's I think I could also I don't know if I can also use my elemental incarnation to spend a strength. I think that might be a bit much.
Probably, yeah, for one turn.
Okay. Oh wait, I should have had that already on. Where's trying to find an attack. Let's see, is it under beast form? Oh, there it's under my weapons. Okay. So I'm gonna press that and I'm gonna add an additional. Let's see. It's adding a +3 because it upped my strength by. Oh, it only up. Oh, because I didn't pick what I. Okay, so I get 1 from the evolution, and okay, so 6 total. Okay, all right. Here's the plus. Oh, and I gain advantage,
which is is an extra D6 to your roll.
Yes, and ooh, 26 with fear.
Okay.
It's 26 hit.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and the damage will be okay. So says the damage is only +2.
You're adding the proficiency means you roll 3 damage dice instead of 1 damage die because of the increase in proficiency.
Right.
All right. I don't know how to do that.
So what is your beast form's damage usually, as far as under your weapons goes?
It is. It says D8.
Okay.
Hold on. D8 +2, but it's D8 +2 is what it is.
Okay.
There's no
you can
bonus.
If you're using, are you using demiplane?
Yes.
Down at the lower, very bottom left, you can click the double arrows and you can choose individual dice to roll additionally.
Okay, so what did I say? D8?
Mm-hmm. So it should be 3d8 plus whatever your strength currently is.
Oh, plus the strength. It's saying +2, so I don't know.
I'm assuming that's where it's getting it from. I could be wrong.
There must be something else there because mine shows 1 more than what my strength is. So I don't know if it's strength plus proficiency. I don't know where it's pulling from.
Well, because the wolf gives me +2 strength, so I think it's not adding to it. So it should be a +6 then. Okay. So 3d8 +6. Does that make sense?
I believe so.
Yeah, because my damage dice is a d8. Right. Okay. Let me just double check that. Yes, d8. Okay. So 3d8 +6. Uh, 25 damage.
Absolutely into his severe threshold. So he will mark another 3. Okay.
So attacks in Daggerheart are not modified off of stats. They just have flat bonuses. So your strength going up doesn't actually adjust your damage, just the proficiency going up does.
Oh, okay. So it's
for whatever it matters.
Less than that, which would still be well in his threshold, yeah. But that's good to know.
And I would so what does that, sorry, what I rolled wrong?
It just means instead of a +6, you would have had just the +2 still. That part was static.
Oh, okay. All right, so yeah, and I would like to spend a stress. Hobbling Strike. When you succeed on an attack against a target within melee range, you can mark a stress and make the target temporarily vulnerable. Which essentially, we could basically, I tripped it somehow. I bit his hamstring and he fell over. Now he's vulnerable.
Absolutely. And invulnerable means that until I spend a fear to get rid of that condition, The rest of you have advantage on all of your checks against him. So until you hear me say that he is getting rid of the vulnerable condition, keep that in mind. You'll have an extra d6 on your rolls. That was with fear, though, if I'm not mistaken. So Aurelius turns into this giant mechanical wolf and lunges out, grabs a hold of his hamstring, and pulls with all of his might. You can hear the muscles ripping and tearing, which sounds like the roar of a waterfall in this room. And he again roars as he kind of reaches a hand down to try to like pull you off, Aurelius, and he teeters backwards trying to put weight on that foot and just can't, and he falls backwards, colliding with the ground again, causing everything to like leap off of the ground several feet. Several of these statues kind of like teeter on their precarious positionings, and he is kind of trying, almost like a turtle, he's trying real hard to roll over and stand back up. So he is going to take another one of his actions, Screams of Madness. So I'm going to mark a stress of his. And I need everyone in far range, that's going to make all of you, make a presence reaction roll. So this roll will not generate fear or hope, and it is based on what you get out of your presence roll. So please roll those, and we'll see what happens next.
Where's the presence?
It should be one of your attributes. One of the 6 main.
Okay. Now I got it. I was like, what the hell? Okay.
Okay, so we got a 16 from Aurelius.
Well, they don't
15
generate
from
hope or
Thaddeus.
fear. That's
They
good.
do not.
That's good. 18.
I love you, Jake. All right. Click got a 12. Imagine you said an 18.
Yep.
Wow, everybody's rolling actually really well. Sprocket got a 19. Okay. So the only person who failed is our Neldink. Click.
Can I do something to counter that?
Potentially.
If it'll help. Potentially.
What do you got? And I'll let you know whether it'll work or not.
So as a seraph, I have a class feature called prayer dice. So at the beginning of the session, I rolled my prayer dice. So I have a pool of prayer dice that I can use.
Okay.
So the prayer dice allow me to, I can spend any number of my prayer dice to aid myself or an ally within far range. I can then use the spent die to either reduce the value of incoming damage, add to a roll's result after the roll is made, or gain hope equal to the result. So adding to Craig's result.
That second result. Yeah, absolutely you can.
So I think.
So yeah, what do you have as far as your dice to spend towards that? What do you want to throw on there?
Oh man. So I have a total of 8 that I can spend right now. I have a total of 8. Without knowing what the DC is to meet it, I'm gonna go ahead and spend 3 of those to get click.
You know, a 15 passed.
Yeah, to get click up to 15.
We know a 15 hits.
Right. So I'm gonna spend 3. I'm gonna spend 3 of my 8 to get to 15.
Okay.
And
excellent.
So I think you see how this manifests is, for a brief second, that center cog in the middle of Sprocket's chest plate, like usually there is a emerald glow as he's laying on the ground, almost like a toy, like lighting up for a second. It flashes, his eyes flash, and he's looking in the direction toward Click. And in that moment, Click, you watch as where you thought this this moment was going to happen, you're saved in that moment of feeling like your ultimate doom was coming. It flashes away from you.
And Golgal Nim is on his back, and you can just see the frustration in him start to grow as he starts to like pound his fists and his feet on the ground on either side of him like a toddler who's throwing a temper tantrum as he screams.
Meedas is mad. Why will he not stop?
Okay. I am going to spend... Oh, I did not use that fear. Oh, I didn't have to because it passed to me. But I am going to spend a fear to actually have Octava take a turn, the harp. She is going to try to play some music. So this would be potentially advantageous to all of you. So she has to spend a fear in order to activate her lullaby action. She's going to sing a song. It does, however, affect all creatures within close range. So I need everyone who thinks that it makes sense that they're still near Octava, close range, which I think is within like 20-ish feet, 30-ish feet.
I mean, by the sheer act of quadrupling in size, I think that moved me closer to her.
That's a good point.
And if she's trying to affect the giant, I'm right there. So I'm assuming.
Yep, that makes a good point. I need both of you to make an instinct reaction roll, please.
You would think as a lion I would have a higher instinct. You would be wrong if you thought that.
So all of us need to make an instinct roll?
Just if you think that it would make sense that you were within close range of the harp.
Okay.
Our proficiency bonus, does that affect this or no?
You don't have a proficiency bonus necessarily.
Oh no, from the Ithaca biscuit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Proficiency,
what does it
I
read?
don't believe ties into your base stats.
Okay,
yeah, I don't think so.
Let
me see if I can't.
Oh my goodness!
Wait, this is a reaction roll, right?
It is. So yeah, no hope or fear.
I rolled maximum 12 plus 12
boxcars
26.
That's a crit.
Yeah,
it is a crit.
Yeah, critical success, but I got 2 12s.
Got it. Okay. 17, and what did you get again, Paul? Sorry. 24?
26.
26.
No, 26
with your instinct.
Critical success.
Oh yeah, it was a critical. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Excellent. So both of you pass. So she starts to sing, and as she sings, she reaches out and like plucks the strings of her harp as accompaniment, and there's this beautiful melody that like comes out, and it's very much like a children's lullaby. It's very soothing, it's very calming, and for a moment both of you kind of feel a little bit lulled by it. You feel a little bit of like, almost like you wanted to yawn, but then you're like, no, we're right in the middle of having like this terrible fight on our hands, and you manage to shake yourselves out of it. Okay, the spotlight will now pass back over to PCs.
So I technically have the sleep spell, which seems like it would be like, and we're done, right? Because if I
Maybe.
make it, he just goes to sleep. Um, but it says that the GM can spend fear on their action to get rid of it, right?
Right.
So
it's similar to vulnerable.
right. So my question is using it to progress this clock, right? But it does require a spell casting thing. Would you be okay with that? Or would you rather me
Yes,
use something
absolutely.
different? I don't mind. Okay.
No, yeah. It's powerful magic that works, really well on smaller creatures, and on him it might work. It's just maybe not quite as potent or something. And like you said, it advances the clock.
Right. All right. Well, in that case, yeah. While he's temper tantrum in between these bumps, I'd like to get within the very close distance. So I gotta close that. Yeah. Besides, it puts me in the fray instead of on the edges. I kind of like that. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna make my spellcasting check. Um, let's see here. So that's going to be a 11 plus 1 is 12. So it's going to be a 12 with hope. I think I'm not confident in that. I'm going to go ahead and normally you have to burn hope. Wizards have the ability to burn, or I'm sorry, dwarves have the ability to burn stress instead of hope to activate experiences. So I'm going to do that. And I have an experience that is called Student in the Application of Arcane Forces. So I'm going to use that to bump that up to take it to a 14. I'm not 100% sure how they resist.
So, yeah, they have a difficulty, which kind of serves as their evasion as well as like their DC for all of their abilities. It's just like one set number, and it kind of is universal for all of the things that you would need to interact with them, other than like damage. So that is enough to affect him.
Okay, good.
Beats his difficulty. So that will advance the clock.
I do imagine it's super awkward as Thaddeus is over there. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Like right in this giant's ear. Where else would you do it?
Yeah, and he's thrashing about, but his thrashes are getting a little slower. The tantrum is definitely kind of like winding down a little.
I think I've grabbed like maybe like the side of his hair to try and stabilize myself while he's throwing this tantrum, since I'm still very small compared to him. And we'll see what that brings. I like that opportunity.
I would like to rush in. I'm going to mark a stress to switch from my longbow to my greatsword. That's how switching weapons works in the middle of combat. You can mark a stress to change weapons, inventory weapons. If you're in a calm situation, you can do it for free. But so I marked a stress, and as I'm running towards him and drawing my greatsword, I just look up at this slumbering giant and say, "They said to go to sleep." And I'm going to attack the because I'm still like a child size to him. I'm going to attack the femoral artery. And that should make him go to sleep. So I'm just going to straight up attack him
Sure.
with the Iska Biscuit. That's going to give me a +5 to this roll. I almost got upset. I'm like, oh man, it's only 8. It's double 4s. So that's a critical
crits
success.
Are insane in this game. That's wild.
This is my first crit tonight. So I get a hope.
Okay.
I get to remove that stress I just marked.
Yep.
And then, so I have, because of this greatsword is massive, I get to roll the the 3d10, but I also get to roll a 4th d10 and discard the lowest number of the 3.
Wow, is that a
It's the weapon property.
guardian? Oh,
It's-
nice.
because it's a great sword.
Hell
So the first, I have a 9 and a 2, and 2 more 9s. So I think we'll chuck that 2. So that's going to make that a 27, 20, 20. That's a 30. I mean, femoral
Wow.
artery, man.
30 fucking points. That is definitely well into the severe.
I was going to
So
go for the groin, so he's lucky I went for the femoral artery.
Mazramir, what does it look like as you finally put Golgao Nim to sleep?
So I'm immediately blanking on which Kurosawa film it is, but the one that sort of set the tone for the blood sprays, because I said I went for the femoral artery. I think there is that moment as I rush in and I slash, and maybe there's even that bit of that arcing through and across. And one of my favorite moves in anything that involves a sword is to hit and then hesitate and then pull. And there's just this moment, and there's maybe like slow motion, Mazramir moving, and you get that shing. And Mazramir's getting covered in arterial blood.
And Mazramir, it's as you have this up front, up close and personal view of this, you see flecks of gold in this blood that are like spattering all over you.
I didn't even think about that. God. I'm suddenly panicking, hoping I'm not about to turn to gold.
He, thrashes around again, for a few more moments, but still slowing even faster now before he grows completely still. His elbow hits the ground and then his fist follows it. And he makes no more noise or movement. He is dead.
Good lad. Sleep well.
And this is where we're going to take our 10-minute break. So we're going to take a 10-minute bio break, refill your drinks, go to the bathroom, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And when we come back, we will finish up part 2 of The Lament of the Golden King. So sit tight, and we will be right back. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break. This is going to be part two of Lament of the Golden King. We're running Daggerheart, and it is set in the world of Dowrenland, which is very heavily based on Oz, Wonderland, and fairy tales, put back through a filter that the Brothers Grimm would approve of, I hope. So, we have just witnessed the heroes, treasure hunters, explorers, adventurers, whatever you want to call them, the PCs, permanently put the giant known as Gulgal Nim to sleep. So on the tail end of that, on the tail end of Mazermir being sprayed with this gold-flecked blood, what are you doing?
Nobody's turning back yet.
Why would we turn back?
No.
We've come this far.
Hey, the magic of the the golden people.
Oh,
Yes. I mean, it's all very exciting, but I would have thought that if he was responsible.
I think he may have been as much a victim by his appearance.
Hmm.
Why don't you ask the harp?
Eh?
She might know. The harp over there. Who sang him to sleep?
You muted, Craig.
Maybe wipe some of that blood on the statue. It's got the gold stuff in it. Maybe that'll do something.
You don't practice magic, do you?
No.
Yeah, it shows.
Wow,
I think
you really are small. A7 says, is looking down at Click.
mhm. I think in this moment, Sprocket like gets himself up, rights himself, like looking up at the two larger of our party. Well, I guess there's no reason to hide now. If anything else is in here, it's gonna know we're here. And I kind of look to the two of them, and then I look to my other smaller colleagues, and I go, well, now's the best time as any, I guess, to bottoms up, and he like holds out his own biscuit too, and is like, do we take them, or should we stay small and let them kind of lead us? I mean, what say you before?
Do we all do drugs together?
Yeah, are we doing this as a collective, or am I doing it myself?
Do we need a sober person?
one sober small.
A designated driver?
If the three of you were to remain smaller, you can remain hidden. Much better. 5 of us at this bigger size are going to make more noise and be more obvious.
Well, all right then.
But if we go up against another giant like him, by all means, everybody eat the briskets, please.
Well, okay then. I'll hold on to mine, and I'll protect the others then until such time. And he puts the biscuit back into like what I would imagine is like a lapel pocket that's like somewhere strapped along his form.
Yeah, it's Sprocket. Like this conversation that you're having with Mazrimir. Mazrimir, how tall is Mazrimir normally, Jake?
I got to imagine he's probably like, I don't know. I picture him somewhere in like the 6'5".
Okay, yeah,
area.
6.5 feet. So yeah, he's 48. What would that be? Another 2? Yeah, like 50 feet tall. Over 50 feet. So Sprocket,
They
he's
look like big, strong hands, don't they?
oh no, he's 4 times.
Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah, he's like 25 feet tall.
So
Yeah,
he's-
sorry, thank you.
Yeah, he's about 25 feet.
I was doing the math for actual giants. Yeah, so yeah, he's like 25 feet tall. So traditional D&D giant size.
They look like medium, strong hands, don't they?
Well, make sure you walk slow.
Would it be easier if we carry you?
Well, that would be much appreciated, because in my pace, I'm never getting there.
All of a sudden, I'm going to be like Treebeard. I'll just perch a couple of these. Anybody that wants to, that of these now little guys to me, can perch on my shoulders or my pack.
I guess I'm a giant wolf, so I guess I could be ridden.
So Thaddeus is over straightening his hair and his beard. Like he like licks his hand and like parts his hair, like looking at this reflection of one of these golden objects, and then straightens his rose before he walks up towards this this lady harp. Ah, good afternoon.
Before you actually get to the harp, it's
No.
as you're kind of like smoothing your
Right.
hair, like in this reflection, you actually hear like whispering, and you think maybe like weeping.
Mm.
Very, very faintly, very quietly, almost like hauntingly in this room.
Maz, are you crying again?
I don't cry.
I will try to find the source of that. Just sort of,
Mhm.
old man wandering around.
Yeah. You wander around just a little bit, and you realize it definitely seems to be coming from these people, these golden statue people. Several of them seem to be either whispering or weeping.
Okay. So I am going to find one of them. Your discretion here. And I'm gonna spend the hope. And I'm going to activate telepathy. And
Fantastic.
good afternoon.
Oh my goodness. Are you in my head?
I am. Is that okay?
I suppose so. It's been so long since I've heard anything but my own voice inside my head.
I am so very sorry. My name is Thaddeus Inkstone.
Are you here to help us?
We are.
Please. Can you reverse whatever has happened? Please, can you please undo this? Free me.
That is very much our intent.
Who, if you know, cast this spell on you?
I don't think it was anyone casting a spell. It was a curse. It was the curse of the Golden Touch.
I don't want to ask him who touched him. Who was it that might have bestowed this curse on you?
King Meedas. He didn't mean to. I don't think so. But the curse was placed upon him, you see. And, well, indirectly on all of us as well. He will not hear us any longer. He shut himself away in his tomb. He sealed the doors.
Where is this tomb you speak of?
The last thing I remember, I was not far from the doors. But I can no longer see.
If you could just imagine the entrance of this tomb.
This person kind of paints a picture in your mind, and you see what you think is the room that you're standing in, but definitely at a different time. It wasn't covered with gold. There was gold in the room, gold adornments, gold trim, gold decorations, but the whole room wasn't gold. Nor were the people that were kind of like frantically moving about. And it's kind of almost semi-dream state. Like you see that people are there, but their facial features are kind of amorphous and, not really detailed. And you see an enormous set of doors that is laden with gold, and very much looks like it would be the entrance to a very important space. And you can see a blob, a streak of molten gold that looks like it has been poured down the seam between the two doors, and looks like it has basically sealed them, causing them to become one. When you look in that direction, in where you're presently at, you can see from a much lower perspective what you think might actually be that same set of double doors, but now everything's gold. But you can still see what looks like that molten seam that looks like it has sealed the doors closed.
Tell me, was your king a good king?
He was a prosperous king. He brought much wealth and prosperity to our kingdom and its peoples. He was not a cruel king, but he favored material wealth. And I think it blinded him.
Well, we do aim to do what we can. We will seek out your king and see if he can be conversed with. If not, my cat friend has a very big sword.
If you cannot, if you fail, will you do me a favor?
What is that?
Destroy me. I can't go on like this. It's been longer than I can even fathom already. I cannot stand the thought of being stuck like this again, forever.
Of course.
Thank you.
I'll cut off the telepathic connection, more for my own sanity than anything else.
Well, they're still alive inside these gold statues.
I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing.
They seem to think it's a very bad thing. This one said if we can't get them changed back, they'd prefer we destroyed them. I really don't want to put a bunch of screaming people into a foundry and melt them down.
Then we will not do that. We will do as they wish. We will find whatever it is. Do whatever it takes to revert them back to their living selves.
They said that their king accidentally did this to them.
Their king is a careless ruler, then.
Very covetous, very greedy. But apparently not a altogether terrible person. You can be both.
I know what it's like to be a statue, but to be conscious at the same time is fate worse than death.
So, they said that the king retired to his tomb, and from what I could see, we're there. Sort of.
Did they specifically say tomb? Or is it like a mistranslation of to his throne room or to his master bedroom?
Yeah,
It seems very ominous to say that he retired to a tomb.
No, I'm pretty sure it was tomb. It could have been room.
It's troublesome.
Pretty sure it was tomb.
I don't doubt
But
that you are correct.
it seems after he retired, the gold kept golding. Yeah.
Perhaps as if it is as they say, that maybe he was not entirely bad. Maybe his sealing himself inside a tomb was his attempt to prevent further spread, but it seems that it was done in futility.
Yeah. I mean,
Do these golden statue giants look as primitive as the giant that?
No.
Right. Okay.
Their proportions look a lot more humanoid.
maybe we're dealing with a different kind of giant here.
What was this king's name?
Mark? It was an M name.
Well, I seem to remember hearing the big one call out for Meedas or whatever it is. Meedas, Midas, Manus. I don't.
Midas is
Something
a
like
silly
that.
name.
You're right. Midas is a silly name.
Harp lady. I apologize, my lady. I do not know your name.
I
An Octava.
Milady Octava. You mentioned that this creature that lies before us, sleeping, was your new master?
Yes, that is correct.
Was this King Meedas your previous master?
Meedas was his name, and yes, he was my previous master.
Was he a good man?
There were aspects of him that were kingly indeed, yet his hunger for gold led to his demise. In fact, it led to the demise of all that he held dear, all that he loved.
Would you consider it a good thing if we were able to free him from his curse and bring him back to you? If that is even possible.
I do not know. I cannot imagine if he is still alive. What state his mind must be in. Even if he could be cured. If his kingdom, if his people, if his daughters could not be returned to him, then perhaps it would be better that he did not.
His daughters?
Yes. He had 3 daughters.
And where are they, these daughters?
She gestures towards the gold-sealed doors.
They entered the tomb with him, the last that I saw them.
It was tomb.
When you're looking around this room, all of you can see that there are like odd formations made of melted gold. It actually kind of makes the actual shape of the room a little hard to discern, especially at this scale. But you can tell that the focus of all of these giant statues, these giant people in their agony and their torment, kind of bent in cowardly poses, in obvious grief, that their focus seems to have been on this set of doors. Like they're almost gathered like in the direction. And if you kind of take a look at the whole thing as a scene, if you step back and really kind of like look up at it, it looks like they were like pleading in the direction of these doors. If they had come here as some way of begging or giving grievance or asking for help. And it looks like it may have fallen on deaf ears.
So to turn these people into gold, was that a looking at them, or did he have to touch them?
You're asking the harp. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. She says,
My king, unfortunately, lost his senses. He floundered, grasping at anything he could. Many of his subjects were, well, victims of his touch. He tried to take his own life. but on cutting himself, blood did not flow from his veins. Instead, he himself from the inside had begun to turn to liquid gold. Everywhere his blood splashed became gilded. Until all of these areas touched and became what you see now. A kingdom of gold, and no one to appreciate it.
I look to Thaddeus and Click, Sprocket and Aurelius 7. It is apparent that we must go into this tomb and face whatever is there. There is a good chance that there may be something beyond those doors that is no longer the man that was once this king. I would like to be able to, if possible, relieve these people of this curse. But if that means I must take the life of what was once or may still be some form of this King Meedas, it is often said that the curse dies with the cursed. But I don't want necessarily to rush in sword point first. We should take our lessons from the past and that fable of one Leroy Jenkins and not do this. We should be smart and tactical about this. I will not rush in. I will heed the words of you, my fellow companions.
I think Sprocket, like, patting your bloody mane in his tiny form. You have my axe whenever you need it, buddy.
So is all this gold gonna disappear if we do that? That's kind of defeats the purpose of why we came here, though. Because he down in his bag, he's like, thinking about the turd that he picked up, going, because I hope it doesn't turn back.
I think in that moment, I think that Sprocket like looks to you, Click, and goes, Click, sometimes there are bigger things than gold. Sometimes the thing that shines bright. No, I was going to say more about, honor and justice and doing the right thing for your fellow man,
I think you can buy those things with gold.
Okay, I can clearly see I'm not getting through to you, but we'll make you a hero out of you yet, don't you worry.
A rich hero?
Yeah. I'm sure we can come up with something.
I'm not gonna lie, I have some kids back home that I need to take care of, so.
What's the plan?
What are we waiting for?
Well, there's big sealed golden doors. That seems to be step one.
How big are the doors again?
Yeah,
So
giant sized.
they're large for giant size. So you're talking about probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 100 feet tall.
All right, so you're gonna have to eat like 6 of these biscuits.
Maybe. What if, pointing up at tall Mazmir, what if he eats the biscuits we got?
I don't think they work that way. But maybe there's a crack in it or a keyhole.
There's Octavia. Do you know how to open the doors?
Sadly, I do not. They have not been opened since they were sealed.
Then I'm going to examine the doors and see if I can find some way to open them, like a trigger mechanism or something.
Yeah, absolutely. So that sounds like probably an instinct roll.
And since I was constructed by giants, will that give me an experience bonus?
You can throw your experience on there. Yeah, if you spend a hope to do so.
Sure. All right, so instinct +3. Crit success.
Damn, Paul, that's insane.
He's on.
So that, wow. Okay, so that reduces the stress and gives me a hope. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, you get to remove a stress if you have one, and you gain a hope.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's nice.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, you start kind of like looking this over as best you can from your wolf form, and you realize that this molten gold that kind of seals these two doors together here in the middle, and it covers over both of the rings, if you will, what would operate this door, and as well as if there was a keyhole, any kind of keyhole like that. Likewise, when you kind of like look closer to the ground, you can see that in the middle, that this molten gold like ran down these doors and pooled at the bottom, sealing any kind of gap there was at the bottom, except it did not reach all the way to the left side door's hinge. So essentially right near the door jamb, like there's a space under the door that those of you who are still small would have no problems crawling under.
These doors gold as well?
They are, yes. Everything in this room is. Looks like Trump's apartment.
Yeah, I'm game to go under.
If this hinge, this lower, you said the lower left part of the door.
Mm-hmm.
So would there be a gap between the door jamb and the door around that area?
A small one, yes.
Like, could a 4 times as large greatsword be possibly jammed in there as a lever?
Maybe. With enough force.
What I'm thinking of is, for those of us, the two of us that are bigger, would it be possible to use my greatsword as a lever to try to bend this gold out of the way? This golden door?
Possibly. With enough force.
I would certainly like to try that.
Then I would love a roll, please.
Will I be able to assist?
Yes.
Help work.
I think.
Yeah.
I think help is the person initiating.
It's a D6 advantage.
Right, but it costs something. I think it's.
You have to spend a hope.
Spend a hope.
To
There you
help
go.
an ally.
Yeah, so you would have to spend a hope and then roll a D6 to assist, Paul.
There you go.
Okay, I spent my hope.
All right. So what do you want from me, Jeremy? Strength?
Yes, a strength roll, please.
Strength roll. So that's going to be a +5 at my current size.
Plus
And what did
4.
you get on the D6? 4? Nice. Hell yeah.
Okay. So I got a 14 on the dice with hope. +5 makes it a 19. +4 makes it a 23.
Damn. Yeah. Okay. So describe to me what it looks like as you pry this open enough so that you and Aurelius in his current form are going to be able to get through here.
I think the only reason this even works is because the greatsword that I carry, even at regular size, is massive. It is almost, nearly as big as I am.
Tell me about this sword.
Which means that this sword is probably now pushing 20 feet in length.
Yep. Tell me about Mazramir's sword. Like, it seems to be a pretty crucial part of him. Is it Aslian made? Did he pick it up somewhere else along his journey?
I think that his great sword, but strangely, I don't think it is Aslian made, and I think that this sword is old enough that Mazramir does not know its origin. Only that this was a sword passed down from parent to child, to eldest child, within his family lineage. Sometimes it went to the eldest daughter, sometimes it went to the eldest son. Whoever the eldest child was, they received this. And so this has been passed down through generations. And Mazramir is the current eldest son that carries this sword. And I think there's probably there's a weight to this action because he knows the risk is if he fails at this, potentially he could destroy this familial sword. And so he puts as much of his knowledge and skill as he can into placing this in just the right place. And I think because gold is a softer metal, I think he finds that right spot, pushes this isn't a Mazramir just jamming the blade in. He finds that perfect spot that it's going to give him the most leverage, places the point in there, and then you see his muscles straining, the cords on his neck. Well, if you could see them past his mane, as he just drives this in just far enough to get purchase, and then is just using all of his strength to treat it like a pry bar and pull and open up that corner of the door enough that it may be a tight squeeze for Aurelius and I, but to allow us to get in there. And also, hopefully others are taking a peek while this is happening. But yeah, this is that's how he handles that.
Excellent.
I think you see Click on the other side of the door with the biscuit in his hand, about ready to eat it, while he's looking at the pinch on the hinges that he was about to take out, so the door would come off, and he just like rips apart. I'm like, oh.
Mazramir, oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mazramir, when you pull your sword back out from this position where it has been prying, the length of your sword's blade that was in the door jamb is now as if it had been gold plated.
Pulling the blade out. And looking at that, I will look to the others. We must exercise caution when we enter into this place. But I'm gonna sheath the sword and hope that actually, you know what? I don't think I will. I don't think I will sheath the sword.
Hey, Jake, did you ever wipe all that blood with the gold flakes off you?
Who's Jake?
Oh, sorry. Mazimir?
No.
Did
no, I think I was joking about him cleaning himself, but I think that
I'm just wondering if it has the correlation of you having that blood with the gold flakes on you and then your sword doing it, or if it was just the pressure against the door. So I'm just wondering if that had anything to do with it.
I mean, Mazimir thinks that it was contacting direct connection with whatever's turn the door gold.
You had something, Paul, you were trying to say?
Yes, I was going to ask if now that I've seen his sword a little more up close, and is it possible to identify its origin? If it's who crafted it?
Potentially, yeah.
He's thinking, is it giant made? Is what he possibly thinking of. I guess it'd be a knowledge check.
Definitely.
What are you checking then on?
Look, he's looking at your sword because he was helping you to open it. So he's had a good look at it as you've been using it, to see if he can identify it. And
my family heirloom is a giant's pocket knife. It's a letter opener.
Well, it may not have been made by the full size giants. There are half giants and stuff. So see what kind of instructions. I'm not going to spend a hope, so I'm just going to do a knowledge check.
Okay. Yeah, so it'll just be 2d12 plus whatever you've got in your knowledge.
16 with hope.
Okay. So Aurelius, we've discussed, is ancient. Like he's very old. Spent a lot of time out of commission. A large gap of that time is not something he remembers much about, but he did have a life and existence before that kind of stasis that he found himself in. And I think that while you don't know exactly where this sword came from or anything specific about it, you can tell by the way that it's crafted, like the styling of the crosspiece, or the design of the pommel or something like that, that you actually think this sword comes from before the time of the Four Kingdoms, before the Kingdom of Spades and Hearts and Diamonds and Clubs were formed. An old version of Dowrenland, when things were still being formed, when the world itself was still kind of becoming manifest. You actually think that this sword probably came from a different realm, a different dimension.
That sword. Where did you get it? It's an impressive weapon there.
I have had this sword for years. It has been in my family for generations. It was handed down to me by my mother. Passed down from firstborn to firstborn.
That is an ancient sword. It predates the four kingdoms. I think it's not actually of Dowrenland. It might be. It's from beyond. You should keep it safe and close to you.
I listen to what you say and kind of raise an eyebrow, surprised to hear this. And then I look at the third of the blade that's now gold and kind of I will do my best to make sure it stays safe, as has my mother before me, and so on through our generations. Again, let's be careful what we touch as we move into this space.
I still think your sword is in mint condition anyway. If you were going to sell it.
I'm not going to sell my sword. I would sooner sell you.
Jeez.
I will go through first. That way, if I turn to gold, well.
Oh, wait. Do you want one of us to go through? I mean, we can go under the door and see what's there for you. I don't want you turning all to gold.
I don't want you turning to gold either. Actually, I'm going to reach back and pull one of my arrows out of my quiver. Which, I don't know, how long is an arrow? Like a longsword or longbow arrow normally is probably what?
About 3
close
foot.
to 3 feet.
Yeah, because it's
so
one arm's
I reach
length.
back and pull a 12-foot arrow out of my quiver. Hold on a second. I've heard some adventurers and treasure hunters use 10-foot poles to check for traps and things. Let me, and I'm going to kind of poke around without touching the door frame at first, kind of touching the floor and around on the other side of this door.
Yeah, you kind of like tap it.
Then I'll tap along the door jamb and the door itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can hear the sound of the arrowhead kind of like tapping against, the metallic, resonance of the gold. And you pull your arrow back and nothing about it has changed.
Well, it is good that this did not turn to gold for us. It is bad for you, Click. If it had turned to gold, I was going to give it to you.
Okay.
And I'm going to get down into my quadruped stance as I did before, and I guess pull a cat. Moving through a very small space, as long as my whiskers are judging that distance, I will move in first and clear the way for everybody else.
Following the cat is the wolf.
All right.
And what's nice is I found out, I don't know if you read, druids can speak in their beast form.
Oh, nice.
Specifically says that I can't cast spells.
Fair.
Well, I can use my other features and stuff, so I can speak.
Hell yeah. I like that. Again, that fits Dowrenland pretty well. There's a lot of talking animals in Dowrenland. Okay. What about the rest of you? Letting the two bigs go in first, hanging back.
I think we're riding shotgun on
Oh, you still
Casimir's shoulder.
tree bearding?
I know Sprocket was. I don't know about Thaddeus and Click.
I don't know about the other two, but I know that I was like main. I was next to the main up there.
Yeah, I'll climb aboard.
Okay.
Oh, wait, all three of you are going to ride Casimir?
I'm not riding anybody. I'll just walk behind.
You duck through, crawl through, walk through, depending on your size and where you're at. This pried open corner of these gold doors. And as you reach the other side, you see a room that in its time would have already been resplendent. It is carved out of stone. There's detail everywhere you look. Reliefs that depict a show of force, strength, wealth. Whoever designed this definitely did so to showcase their grandness. Now, the room itself is also completely gold. You can see the columns, the carved statues, the lions, the reliefs, the recesses in the walls, all of the things that have been laid to rest at what looks like a giant sarcophagus under this kind of like freestanding dome. All of it is gleaming with solid gold, including 3 female figures who are kind of halfway up the little staircase that kind of like mounts towards this sarcophagus. And the 3 of them are kneeling beside one another, all 3 of them with their hands kind of proffered up, and as if they were looking at somebody who had been standing above them. And you can tell by their posture that they look worn, defeated, scared. And everywhere you look, there's more of these like strange molten gold like sprays and splashes and, you know, pools and stalactites, as if like, again, molten gold had just been like poured in layers over time in these places. And the room in here is incredibly quiet, almost the silence of a grave, if you will. The whispers and the weeping that you could hear in the room without are not present here. What do you do?
These stalagmites of gold and such, the harp kind of painted a picture that is likely the outpouring of his blood, literally turning to gold as it was coming out of him. So that being the case, or if that is the case, then it would stand to reason that they would kind of point towards perhaps a last location of him. So that's what Thaddeus is looking for, is that sort of like, where do these, you know, sort of point towards? And I'm going to try and sort of get to one side and move along that ridge line of blood gold, see if I can see something, but also, I mean, I'm not 24 feet tall, so maybe they'll see the 24 feet tall person first.
Okay. Yeah, Thaddeus starts to kind of make his way along what appears to maybe be a pattern to these molten gold strands. He definitely seems to have some kind of an idea about maybe where he wants to go as he starts to move further into this room.
Thaddeus is very much like Dexter doing a crime scene blood spatter analysis. Hopefully that's the only part that's like Dexter. I don't like that as an answer either, Steve. There's a lot we don't know.
Old Thaddeus has some skeletons.
Made him myself.
Literally. What about the rest of you? Y'all just hanging back as Thaddeus does his thing?
I think I'm gonna kind of like circle around. I can basically see the general direction that he's going, so I'm gonna kind of slide around the outside to get a different view of where he's heading to see if I can see anything that way. But
Slicing the pie.
Yep. Going in the same direction, but at a different angle.
Okay. Got it.
I'm
honestly.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I'm just tapping it at any gold surface with my 12-foot pole, my arrow. Just looking to see if it's I heard it. Looking to see if any interaction with any gold surface is causing the arrow to I can't think of the word.
Transform
Will work.
Sure.
Alchemy. That I was somewhere in that area.
Gotcha. Yeah. Turn to gold.
Yeah. That's why I make it difficult.
The rest of you kind of like hear this like repetitive tapping, tap, 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 coming from Mazrimir steadily as the rest of you kind of are spreading out in this room.
I think for Sprocket is going to stay with Mazimir for as long as he's going to remain small. And I think what I'll do to help him, if I can use this, I don't know if that's possible, but if in this room it looks very similar to like a throne room, my background is noble bodyguard. And so what I was thinking is that while Mazimir is tapping to make sure that we don't run into like any gold traps to turn ourselves gold, I think I'm trying to just be his eyes on his shoulder and like look around this throne room space to see if I can find any sign of like what our goal is. I'm looking for it like a light in a lighthouse right now.
What in particular? I'm sorry. Is the subject of your search?
I'm gonna use. I'm looking for. Obviously, we want to try to solve this curse, so I'm looking for wherever the origin of this curse seems to be coming from.
Okay.
Right, like if I can find, we know we're looking for a curse. There's something in this room that is specifically the origin of it, or where it seems to be originating from. I want to try to find that.
Okay, absolutely. You can go ahead and roll that, and I'm gonna actually give you advantage on this.
Okay.
So you'll roll a d6
do I just
in
roll
addition.
Twice?
No, you roll a d6 and add it to your total.
D6 Got it. Okay. All right. Ooh, that's actually good. That is a hope die, and then let's see. Ooh, okay, that's actually very helpful. So that's going to be a total of 15, 18 with my noble bodyguard. And then what's
did you spend a hope to activate that experience, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect.
And then plus is it +1 for analysis too, right?
I think you only do one of them.
For knowledge, right?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
So it isn't. Yeah. So it's a knowledge roll. So I get the +1, +3. So that'll be a total of 19 all up.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, you kind of like do a once over of this room, and again, like everything is gold in here. So it's kind of hard to choose like individual objects to focus on, because the edges of things kind of like blur into a reflection of the things next to it. It's very disorienting. However, because almost everything in this room is static, it's not moving at all, your eyes are absolutely drawn to the statue that is built on top of the sarcophagus under this dome. And there is like a gold swirling aura that seems to like build at the base of this statue and swirl up around the outside of it and kind of like up along its extended arm and kind of like up into the dome where it disappears. And it just kind of repeats this swirling pattern.
Upon seeing it, if I can clock that, I'm gonna look to, or I'm gonna kind of lean into Mazimir's ear. Oh, over there! See that? I think that's where we need to go. If we get rid of that thing, I think we won't have to worry about being turned into gold.
I will make my way over there and I will touch it with the tip of the arrow.
Why have you come?
Did everybody else hear that voice?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear the clanking of like of nuts and bolts as he's like kind of shaking in his boots for a second.
You should have left me to my peace.
Your peace is the torment of your kingdom.
There is nothing left of my kingdom. I am all that remains.
The people who turn to gold still have their consciousness. They are still alive in a manner of speaking. It is not. It's not a life that they deserve.
All of you hear this amplified sound of shuffling as a figure kind of emerges from one of the darkened corners of the room. Again, 50 feet tall, but broken, disheveled. The clothing that he wears, what remains of it, is completely stained and tattered. You can tell that it was once opulent clothing, but there's so little of it that is not filled with holes or the hems torn, or blood stains or sweat or God knows what else. And you can see under this mane, if you will, pardon the pun, Mazrimir, of matted hair and beard, you can see the tines of a crown sticking up from beneath it. But the face that's kind of hidden by this curtain of hair and beard is sallow. His cheeks are sunken, his eyes are dark and recessed. His teeth are a mess. It's very obvious that this person has not been well for a very, very long time. Oh, and his hands are kind of giving off the same kind of like golden aura that you see swirling around the statue. And you can see occasionally little drips, like droplets of liquid gold, like drop from his fingertips. And then before they can hit the ground, they have already started to solidify.
How tall did you say it was again?
Around 50 feet, more or less.
Okay.
So he is giant.
You are King Meedas.
There was a time when I was known by that name. Yes. But as you can see, I am king of nothing.
But there must be a way to free your people and to end your curse.
If there is such a way, then tell me. Tell me what it is. I will gladly do it. I have tried to give my own life, and even that would not satisfy. So I languish. For eternity, it seems, with my guilt and my greed for company. If you have a way to end this curse, then I beseech you, I demand that you tell me what it is.
I don't know if analyze or comprehend, like a knowledge roll, will attempt to figure that out. If there's a way to end his existence.
You can always try.
No, I don't know if I'm pushing it a bit. One of my experiences, the Gilded Cartographer, is so I have some knowledge of gold, because I am made of gold, I guess. Or would if I spend the hope with that?
I don't know that it would necessarily help you here.
It's fine. Then I will just do a straight up knowledge check.
Yeah, perfect.
Uh, 21 with fear.
Oh. Fear. Excellent. Okay. So it's not necessarily your experience of being in, a being that is made of gold. It's more just how long you've been around. The life, again, that you led before, and the life that you've lived, since you have been reawakened, that you realize that the only real cure for avarice is altruism. Like the opposite of greed is generosity. That maybe, just maybe, the cure for this curse could lie in something as simple as that. Again, this is a land of fables, of morals.
Your greed is what caused the curse.
I know this
Perhaps
all too well.
Perhaps you need to be altruistic and giving and more, something more to break it.
Should I guess who should be the recipient of my treasures? Perhaps you and your friends. You would like my treasures, after all. Is that not why you have come? You come to my kingdom, to my home. break into my tomb. And yet you speak to me of altruism, of denouncing greed. Yet you yourselves are already tainted by it. Can you not see?
I will not lie to you. We came here seeking treasures. But then we saw the cost of those treasures. When we entered your tomb, it was not with the intent to pillage the wealth within. We came in here seeking a way to end this curse. Not for you, but for your subjects out there, that despite their gilded bodies still persist imprisoned within themselves. For your daughters.
He turns an eye towards the three women that are gathered on the steps leading up to the dais that supports his sarcophagus. Again, almost in shame, like he doesn't turn his face fully in their direction, almost like he's looking at them through his peripheral vision. But you can tell that he is racked with guilt, shame at the mention of them. And he says,
"And if I give you all that is my domain, all the gold that you can see, will you take it and distribute it to those who need it most? Will you give it all away?"
All of it?
I wasn't here last session. I don't actually know who hired us exactly and what we're supposed to do with the gold. So
we're treasure hunters.
like, did someone hire us, or we decided to do this on our own?
I think we just came here on our own.
mm-hmm. You just heard tale of this place and decided to check it out.
I, for one, have no desire to take anything from this kingdom of yours. I have seen the cost of this. There is nothing in this place that I would claim for my own except the freedom of your people. Thaddeus.
Yeah.
You spoke to those in the other room. Are you able to speak to my Meedas's daughters?
Yeah, I don't really like jumping into a lady's head without permission, but I mean, if they're okay with it, I can ask. And yeah, I will I'll walk close to one of the statues and like reach up to maybe like her elbow or whatever, like the not intimate portion of her body I could reach up. Just come up there and just whack it. And I will attempt telepathy with this daughter.
Okay.
Spin that hope. There we go.
Yeah, you, much the same as you did before, you cast the spell and you feel this presence, this connection. Hello?
Hello. Good evening.
Who? How is this possible?
It's one of the many tricks I've picked up in my studying. Speaking directly to your mind.
My father, my sisters.
Your father is here. Your sisters are near.
Are they okay?
Your sisters suffer the same fate as you.
What fate is that? What is going on?
Your father, in the throes of his greed and avarice, extended his curse to you, cast you in gold.
I myself am gold?
You are.
How can I think? How can I hear you? Why am I not dead?
I suppose some part of your father was not so far gone that he did not push the magic to your essence, allowed you to stay. Part of him wanted it not to be this way.
And my father is...
He is here, of
gold
sorts.
as well?
He is regretful, tortured, beside himself, but also still haunted by this specter of greed. It's consuming him from the inside out.
Please, he is a good man. He simply... His flaw is his covetousness.
If you could speak to him now, what would you say to him? And I'm just going to repeat whatever she says so that I can kind of be the go-between.
Okay. And she basically will tell him that she loves him, that she's sorry that this has happened, and that she does not blame him for what has transpired. But
I'm going to spend my last hope as she wraps it up and extend it to another daughter and have her kind of do the same thing. Like one kid coming at you hurts. That second one.
Yeah. And they will have very much kind of similar things to say. It's clear that his daughters love him. That they don't seem to fear him. And perhaps maybe that was even what led to their undoing. You know, the fact that they were willing to approach him even in this dangerous condition, and they suffered for it. And he is distraught. He is, there is, a mild amount of relief that seems to come from being able to hear the words of his daughters again. And the fact that they don't seem to blame him, sits well with him to a degree, but he's mired in sorrow and guilt. So it's hard to get through, it seems.
Yeah. Your kingship, your honor, what was it that changed? Was it, did you come across some spell or magic talisman that granted you this ability?
There was a creature of the forest.
A bear?
No. As if a child of Baja. Not a Kassir, not a fairy, but akin to them. He would not tell me his name. In fact, he seems to derive some kind of sick pleasure from me not knowing his name. It was a game to him. A game. Can you imagine the cruelty of such... Forgive me. He promised to give me all the wealth I had imagined, to never want, for gold, for everything that I touched with my hands, to succeed, to become gilded. But I was tricked. He turned my weakness into my own doing. Believe me, I understand that I am responsible. I did this to myself, to my people, to my children. I want nothing more than to be rid of this. To die, to sleep, to rest, to find peace. I crave death and absolution.
What does this cloud do? Points over toward the swirling.
Mm-hmm. Just as Mazramir's like got his arrow like somewhat poised to poke it. Mazramir, you still holding off on that?
Honestly, I think that with the appearance of the king, I probably would have withdrawn from that effort. Probably holding the arrow at my side.
Okay. In that case, when Click mentions and indicates the swirl, Meedas...
Don't touch that! Unless you wish to suffer the same fate as I. That is the source of his cruel gift.
Can I use my, let me take a look under the hood to see if I can see what at the bottom of it, to see what all this stuff is coming out of?
Sure. Absolutely.
So I'm going to use that experience. Let's take a look under the hood +2 to see if I can see what I can see there.
What trait would that be?
I would say
maybe knowledge.
Would
Possibly
be knowledge
instinct?
or I was thinking, because the finesse has the tinker part under it, so I was thinking that's kind of along the lines I was thinking of.
So you're looking with your hands.
trying to. So I'm gonna be looking under there, going, "What's making all this magic come out of there?"
Look with your eyes, not with your hands, Click.
So I'm like, "You had an arrow."
All right.
I feel
go ahead and roll it up.
Give you
if I touched it, it would absolutely turn to gold.
He can give you a 12-foot arrow if you want to examine it with.
I got a 12 total.
With hope or with fear?
Actually with fear, damn it.
Oh,
but wait, can I use the hope to re-roll that, or a stress or something?
Not unless there's a feature that
This is an
specifically
MTD.
allows you to do that.
No, I thought somebody did that earlier. I was like, wait, didn't somebody
Jake
re-roll
tried
somehow?
to use a domain pop, but
No, I joked.
to no
I
avail.
joked about it.
Yeah, I did it last session because I have an ability that lets me let you re-roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's probably a class feature that he's got, or
okay.
Yeah,
I was like,
one of his
where was
domain
that?
abilities or something.
Yeah, it's a
So,
wizard thing.
yeah. So
Okay.
what did I say? A 12, I think? Yeah,
12 with fear.
12 with fear.
Okay. Yeah, you head over there and you start to kind of like see if you can't figure out what's going on. Like it's almost like it's emanating from the base of this statue, maybe, or between it and the sarcophagus or something. You're not quite really certain, and you think that you might see maybe like a seam or something, but as you kind of like reach out, you actually reach out past the threshold of where this swirl is happening, and just as you kind of realize, oh, I've extended my hand too far, one of those tendrils of the swirl comes around and passes through your hand, and almost instantaneously your hand starts to go cold.
Ah!
And you watch like as gold starts to creep up your fingertips.
I told you not to touch it. Why would you not listen to me? Why would you not heed my advice?
Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna definitely keep my hand from touching anything.
Is the gold spreading up his hand?
You're gonna chop me, aren't you?
It spreads probably up to just past his wrist before it stops. You can still like manipulate your fingers, like you still have full control over your hand. It's just it feels as if it were numb, like asleep. And it is like somebody made a exact replica of your hand out of solid gold.
Oh, sassafras.
And
Oops.
I try see if I know of possibly what kind of fey creature could have been the cause of this. Using my
Potentially.
old knowledge.
Yeah, you can roll a knowledge.
Mazermir's getting restless.
Should be getting choppy.
20 with hope.
A 20 with hope. Okay.
Yes.
Aurelius, you actually remember somewhere hearing about a creature. So the Fae, the quote unquote Fae, in Dowrenland are kind of generally represented as what people refer to as the children of Baja, Bajja. Baja is kind of an Oberon type character, a king of the wooded realm, if you will. And all of the children of Baja, so you've got the Kasir, which are kind of Dowrenland's version of elves. You've got fairies, you have pixies, and sprites, all kinds of things that live in the woodland realm. And they're basically the different children of his through the queens of the seasons. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but essentially they're all kind of considered related to one another. And there are some outliers who are creatures of the woodland realm, but not necessarily a part of a species, if you will, an ancestry. And you have heard tales of a wrinkly, mischievous, old children of Baja, a child of Baja, who likes to trick people. And usually it revolves around some kind of game about trying to guess his name. And you, with what you rolled, you just happen to know his name. His name is, in fact, Rumpelstiltskin.
Wait a minute. Uh, Aurelius turns to King Meedas. Did this creature of Baja? Was he
Yes.
short and wrinkly, long nose, fingers and stuff? Is that what he looked like?
Yes, like a human man, but small and elderly, gnarled like the branches of a dead tree.
Do you know how, or do I know how to, I guess, summon him?
Not that you know of. You don't even know if that's necessary, even.
I have heard of this creature. It took me a while to piece together fragments of my memory. In fact, I know its name.
You know the name of my tormentor?
Yes. His name is, and I say it nice and loud, Rumpelstiltskin.
You say this name, proclaiming it loudly, and everyone, including Meedas, kind of holds their breath, looks around at one another, looks towards the swirling gold, looks back at Meedas' hands, looks at Click's hand. Nothing seems to have happened. The king looks towards his sarcophagus, and he mounts the stairs, dragging the threads and the ropes of his regal clothing up behind him, and stands before his own coffin, staring at this swirling gold aura. And he tries as best he can to straighten himself.
Rumpelstiltskin.
As he speaks the name, the swirling gold aura swirls one last time, but does not renew its pattern. Disappears entirely. You watch as Click's gold on his hand runs off of the palm and the back of his hand, drips off of his fingers as if it were water, just sliding off of his hand and dripping onto the ground, where it forms another pile of like golden slag next to him. And then you watch bits and pieces of the room start to return to stone, wood that it was made from, things that had been turned to gold long, long ago slowly begin to transform back into what they were made of before they had been afflicted by this curse. Meedas himself kind of looks at his hands, almost as if anticipating what seems to be happening, you can see the weariness of his plight starting to lift, and he looks towards his daughters with hope in his face. This is not instantaneous. This is taking time, and it has not yet affected his daughters. But in that time, it looks like you have a moment to say something or do something if you wish. Are any of you capitalizing on that?
I think that as Click sees that his hand is turning, the gold is dripping off. I think he's going to end up instinctively reaching into the bag to try to, see if he can turn that pile of poop back to gold as he plunges his hand into it.
Yeah, you plunge your hand straight into cold, dried cow pie.
Ah!
It almost seems like this curse is almost like lifting in like a reverse.
I'm going to very quickly remove the mouse whisker from my pocket and drop it on the ground.
Excellent. Yeah,
is the gold dripping off of my sword?
It is.
I don't have to tell Mom about this one, then. I for one am just standing, watching as things turn back to normal. I'm not taking any actions. I'm just braced in case the king flips his wig or something for some reason, but otherwise not taking any actions.
I was also going to say kind of the same. I'm riding shotgun on the shoulder, and I'm just waiting to see if anything pops off. If it does, I've got the biscuit in hand, ready to roll off the shoulder and onto the floor as soon as possible.
I just want to specifically step away from the blood and other bodily fluids that are about to turn back into blood and bodily fluids.
So you said his hands have gone back to normal?
Meedas's have not yet. No.
No.
Just clicks.
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay. You kind of stand by, which, waiting with bated breath, much the same as Meedas himself, as you watch as his three daughters slowly rematerialize into organic people once more. Giants still, but no longer made of solid gold. Meedas himself, you can see like a weight lift from him. He is still decrepit, he's still slouched, he's still disheveled, but his aura, his demeanor has completely changed, and he rushes as much as he can over to the three of them, who grab his hands, who hug him, who plant kisses on what of his face they can get to, and the four of them weep openly, and after a moment, Meedas stumbles, and you can see a decision, determination passes over his face, and he says, more to them than necessarily to you,
"It is time. I have long outlived my natural life. Now that the curse has been lifted, I wish to slumber.
The three daughters move to his sarcophagus, slide the lid open, and help him climb into his coffin. And there's another moment or two that passes, that they exchange their love for one another, the forgiveness of what befell this poor man and his family and his kingdom, and he passes.
Aurelius will remember a giant, I don't know, prayer or more of a funeral rite, something to say when, possibly even when the king passes on. And he repeats it. If there's a giant language different than the common one, then he will say it in that tone. And he'll speak those words to honor the king's passing.
Very well. His daughters cry openly as you give this giant lament, this song of passing in the language of old giants. What I would like is from each one of you, give us a little bit of an epilogue of after you've returned, after you've climbed back down the beanstalk. What do you? How has this impacted your life? How has this changed you, for better or worse? Where do we find your characters some point after this experience?
Aurelius, possibly, even though he hasn't been, I guess, reactivated for a long time. It's been a short period. Part of him wanted to return to his former glory as a gilded cartographer. He wanted to be gold again. That might have been part of the reason he was on this mission, to find that. And I'm thinking he might have been, in his prime, a larger golem, but to do the exploration, he was reduced in size to more, to around 7.5 feet, so a little more common sized, still big. And even though he got to experience to be big, not quite as big as he used to be, he realizes that was his old life. And he truly does not want to be gold again. And this community, as he said, is reborn. So he's found a new family away from the giants in his old life. So as he leaves, he's accepting his new life. Well, apart from all that.
Mazrimir would offer to the daughters of King Meedas that should they need, call on him. He will be there. Mazrimir is no longer interested in pursuing treasure for the sake of gaining wealth. Mazrimir, any any treasure that he should encounter, it is now with the intent to distribute to those who would need it. But I mean, he's at heart, he still craves the adventure. And I think there's a point where primarily to click, but to any of the others that are interested, I think you see as he often during downtime is seen to be sharpening the edge of this massive great sword or polishing it. He says, in addition to the sword, and he will start to unscrew the pommel. I've always had this. And inside is a key on a chain. And it doesn't look anything like any key we've seen. I've always wondered what this goes to. One of the items I got as part of my character build was a secret key. And so I think, like I said, primarily to click. Look, I know you lost out on your golden shit. And whatever else. Maybe together we could see what this key goes to. I may be done seeking treasure for the sake of wealth, but I've got a thirst for adventure. And I will take that key and chain and kind of put it around my neck and screw the pommel back onto the sword with the intent to continue adventuring.
I think he'll respond with, in agreement, but he also says that he's got something he needs to do first. And I think you see him like walk back into his village, and he goes to the artificer shop where his the stepfather that had banished him for stealing. He goes in with the treasure that he's earned through adventuring here, and he goes up to his stepfather and he pays for everything that he had stolen that out of the thing. And I think that he'll like pick up his tinker tools and like start repairing where he had broken in and reinforcing it, like, and stuff like that, just undoing the damage that he had done within his own family. And I think after a while of the montage you see of him of making amends with his family, he starts heading, and you kind of see him step up to Mazimir and go, okay, I'm ready.
I think for Sprocket, I think when all of that is said and done, I think he goes back to the Emerald City, but he stays in contact with everyone. I think there is a time where A7 and him have maybe a couple of adventures, talk amongst ourselves, but being golems and learning those things. But outside of that, I think he goes back to the Emerald City, and instead of going and serving at the palace and being the bodyguard that he's always been, I think he gets a longing to be away from like the material and to be away from like the gildedness of the cage that he serves and supports. And I think you find that over time we see this humble little woodsman who of a golem and of a construct, still within the confines of the Emerald City, but now on a small little farmland, just chopping wood, making a fire, and telling the stories of his friends to anyone who is willing to pass by his door.
So when we take a look at Thaddeus in the future, we see also a farmstead. But this one it's slightly different. There's a hen house out back that's way too large for what it should be. And so what Thaddeus has done, he's taken the goose back with him. And the goose does not lay golden eggs, but it does lay really big eggs. And so he has taken to feeding those who need it with these eggs, and secretly supplying to like the Neldink Underground and stuff who are fighting against the queen and things like that. And I think as it sort of like closes out, you see him speaking to someone. Yes, make sure that you get that message to them and don't get caught. And you hear the back door open, and you hear this click, 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 click as this really bent fork goes hobbling off down the road to go deliver this message. And he just straightens his little top hat back onto his head.
Excellent. Okay, and that is our story.
I completely forgot until halfway through this session that this adventure was loosely based on The Oath of the Frozen King.
Very loosely
Which I
based.
have run multiple times.
Yeah. It
It's
was
so,
very loosely based.
so original. But also I love that while I was prepared to fight it out, I love that we were able to come to a non-combat resolution. I personally wasn't convinced that just killing him was going to relieve the curse. That was my fear.
You may have been right. This was a lot of fun. I like Oath of the Frozen King a lot. I've used it on a number of different occasions, and I wasn't sure if I could really get more mileage out of it than I already have, but I thought it was worth a try. And because I know it somewhat well, I thought it would be a nice way to kind of ease into running Daggerheart for the first time. So when I hit upon this particular idea, I was like, yeah, I think there's enough correlation that I can play off of that and make that work. So I'm really, really happy with how that turned out. So thank all of you. I'm going to pass things over to my players. I know we are over 5 hours at this point, so I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can give any kind of like parting words that they would like to, again, touch on anything that they might have going on, where you can find them or not on the internet, and then we are going to call it an evening and a game. So thank all of you very much once again for being tremendous in this game, for being fantastic people to spend 5 hours with playing Pretend. So we're going to start in reverse order with Paul. That's not reverse order, is it? We're going to start in reverse order with Craig.
No, I just wanted to say thank you for the invite. I had a really good time. I love the setting. I love the familiarity of it with the dark twist. So I had a lot of fun, and I appreciate you and your storytelling. So thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Absolutely, brother. Like I said, thank you very much for coming and adding to that. And Dowrenland is a lot of fun. I really like running games with it and creating stuff for it. But really, where Dowrenland starts to become immensely fun for me is whenever other people when I can see them start to understand like what I'm trying to do with the setting and like get it and start to add to that. And yeah, you definitely did so with Click. So I was very happy to see somebody play a Neldink, which is great. The Neldings, for those who don't know, are based on the Munchkins from Oz. So, all right. Speaking of the Munchkins from Oz, next up is Steve.
Well,
I don't know, man.
Well, I guess that's all that needs to be said, right? No, it's a blast, man. I love playing in your games. I mean, playing with these guys, like it's a lot of fun. I appreciate it. We'll have to do it again sometime.
Absolutely, there will be more in the future, undoubtedly. And thank you, Steve. Always a great joy to have you and your wicked smart humor, as well as your well thought out characters, man. All right. Speaking of wicked smart, next up is Chadley.
Oh man. Yeah, tonight was great. Tonight was so much fun. I feel like I went back into the mental note and was like, what did I do most session? And not a lot, but I was okay with I was okay with like not doing a lot, and that was great because I feel like I got to be like the Jiminy Cricket for the most part to the rest of the crew, and it felt really great. This was such a blast, though. I love these characters and I love the setting. I can't wait to see what you do in the future with it. I want to be a part of it more because I love this kind of stuff. I love what you're doing with Daggerheart. So yeah, invite me back anytime. I love it. Thank you so much. This was a blast.
Always a pleasure, Chad, to have you on, brother. Thank you for, like I said, coming in last minute, last session, within, again, creating a character in 2 hours for a system that you're not familiar with is a very specific brand of insanity, and I'm glad that you were willing to take up the gauntlet. I appreciate it, man, and I love what you brought to the table with Sprocket. You think you didn't do much, but I think you did.
Well,
it
thanks.
was tremendous.
Phil, I mean, it feels really good though. Feeling like all of these characters feel so fleshed out and real and
Agreed.
Wonderful. So it's like I can already see the entire setting. Like, as no matter what game it is, especially this Dowrenland setting, though, I feel like it has such vibrancy that it just every scene you can see, like the Mazimir with the blade. Like, I saw every sequence movie cut beautifully, and it was marvelous.
I'm very happy to hear that, Chad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of marvelous, next up, Jacob.
Ah, man. I am just as excited to have gotten to once again play in one of your games and in a new setting that I had not yet had a chance to play in, Jeremy. To get to play Daggerheart again. I definitely want to play more Daggerheart, and I'm more than happy to play in your Daggerheart games, but also to get to play with this group of players. Some of whom I only get to game with every couple of years, and some of whom I get to game with every week. This was a blast, and even though I built a very strongly martial character, to see the way that some of the other characters, I mean, Steve's Thaddeus completely altered the direction our characters went just by deciding to communicate with those statues and find out, oh, there's people in there. I mean, even before that, Thaddeus's reaction to the gilded folk. And then, I mean, A7 over there digging into that deep lore, coming in clutch. I was ready to swear an oath of vengeance against this Rumpelstiltskin, and I'm not saying I'm going to go looking for him, but if I ever cross paths with him, I know his name, and he's going to know mine if it's the last thing he does. But no, this was great, and Sprocket and Click. I like to imagine it sounds like a couple people have retired, but I know at the very least it sounds like Mazimir and Click are going to go off, and I love that it's the big lion and the little Meldink. So kind of a buddy cop movie, if you will, in the works. No, this was all great. Don't worry about where you can find me. You're in the right place. Watch more Erasmus Expeditions.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it, man. He's being modest. You should definitely go check out his Twitch channel and his YouTube channel. He posts all the videos after they air on Twitch over on his VOD. You should be able to find the links to both of those in the description of the video. Go show him love. He deserves it. But thank you very much, Jake. Yeah, like I said, it's because of the familiarity that we all have with the stories and the movies and the tales that this setting is based on. There's a really strong sense of like what feels right, what fits. And again, like I call these fables for a reason. Like I want the games to feel like a fairy tale, where there's a moral, there's a lesson to be learned, and like you latched onto that, especially in the last quarter of the game, and pulled that in really central for Mazrimir, which was really nice. It was a good note to hit, and I'm very happy that was a part of the game, as well as happy that you were.
Well, as the conductor of this orchestra, you put a key thing in that had never even occurred to me was, what's the story of Mazrimir's sword?
Yeah.
I mean, that opened up doors to who this character is that I want to explore in the future. So
well, I'm very happy to hear that.
Mazrimir will return in Dowrenland Endgame.
Amazing. Yeah, absolutely amazing. All right. Speaking of in-game, last but certainly not least, Paul.
I'd like to thank everyone. Some of you I play with often, I guess, since I started playing again. And some of you just met and stuff, but it was all fun, and it's always a blast playing in your games, Jeremy. And I think Daggerheart fits with Dowrenland. It works. And I think you're saying this, even though Dowrenland is different than its source material, there's still the familiarity with it, and it's easy for I guess the players to jump in and add to it because it's because of this familiarity with I guess with the fables and stories and stuff. And I had a lot of fun. A little sad I couldn't play both sessions, but getting a feel of Aurelius 7 and stuff, I wouldn't mind playing him again. It's the second time I played a druid, and I'm enjoying the class itself and getting familiar with it. And even the system from Daggerheart it's simple, but also there's still a lot of to it and stuff. And I'm beginning to enjoy it. Might become one of my favorite systems and stuff. So thank you for running again, and thank you everyone for playing, and I had a blast.
Yeah, man, I could not agree more. I'm very much liking Daggerheart and what I've learned of it so far. There's definitely still some parts that I can feel I need to work on, but that's good. Like that gives me something to strive towards, something to improve upon. And yeah, like I said, I definitely plan on running more of this. There will be at some point in the future. I'm not sure exactly when it will happen just yet, but there will be a long-term campaign using Daggerheart, also set in Dowrenland. It will be titled The Shadow of Pan. So that is in the pipeline for some point in the future. And I am absolutely thrilled that this the way that this game turned out. And that is in no small part thanks to the 6 of you, including Jason. So thank y'all very, very much. Yeah. What else? Thank all of you very much for who may have watched this game, whether you watched along with us live tonight or whether you may be tuning in at some point in the future. I really genuinely do appreciate the fact that there are people come here for entertainment or whatever reason that you come here for. Thank you for stopping by and spending time here. Unfortunately, the whole thing runs on the algorithm. So do all the stuff that the algorithm responds to. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, share the link around, buy Daggerheart, play Daggerheart, run a game in your own version of Dowrenland. Tell me about it. I would love to hear it. So yeah, please go show love with all the links that are provided down below. If you enjoyed what you saw, remember that on the 25th, so this coming Tuesday, Hope and Fear launches for us plebes that didn't pre-order it. So yeah, I'm gonna go grab my copy as soon as it becomes available. What else? Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to other people. And we need a lot more kindness in the world. I think there's a lot of people that don't understand that that's fundamentally, that's how we change the world. That's how we make this place that we all live better, is through one interaction at a time and starting that interaction with kindness, which is free for you to bring to the table. And it could change the entire outcome of the interaction that you're having, especially for the person that's receiving that kindness. So start off with kindness. Doesn't mean you have to stay kind. Again, if they're a Nazi, put a boot in their face. But, everywhere else, start with kindness. Be kind. Okay, I think that's it. I've taken up enough of your time, so we're going to go ahead and get out of here. I hope everybody has a tremendous weekend, and until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.